Chapter 203. Crotone mobilized their troops to reinforce Cremissa, and the spies that Aristaeus placed at Crotone's docks had already heard about it. The next morning, when the messenger of the mercenary army arrived at the Devers' mansion, the Devers had already received the news from Aristaeus that Crotone's reinforcements were coming. He immediately knew that Timosyn's mercenary army was doomed. Therefore, when the messenger of the mercenary army, Pickles, asked the Devers, "Mr. Devers, the mercenary army, led by leader Timosyn, has already taken over Cremissa. We hope to join the Dionia alliance and get reinforcements from Dionia immediately." The Devers told Pickles, who was once a translator in the Menon army camp and later became his subordinate, but he chose to leave the Byzantine Empire. "Pickles, you are late. I just received the news. Yesterday afternoon, almost 10,000 troops of Crotone set off from the docks. They should be able to reach Cremissa in the afternoon. I don't think Timosyn can defend Cremissa. 10,000 troops." Pickles was stunned when he heard this news. "I have already sent people to investigate. I believe that we will know the exact situation of Cremissa by noon," the Devers continued. Maybe Timosyn and the others are still holding on." Pickles came back to his senses and begged, "Boss, leader Dives, for the sake of the fact that we fought side by side, I beg you to send an army to Cremissa and save them. Otherwise, it will be too late if you go after receiving the news." The word leader from Pickles made the Devers a little emotional, but he still shook his head and said, "I can't send troops immediately even if I want to. This requires the approval of most members of the Senate, and they won't agree without accurate information. If the people of Cremissa retake the city and the Dionia alliance enters the territory of Cremissa, it will be a violation of the agreement, and it will mean war. The war with Crotone." The Devers' patient explanation was obviously not heard by the impatient Pickles. He yelled almost crazily, "We're going to save our brothers anyway, so we'll definitely have to fight Crotone. What are you afraid of? You're the only life consul of Dionia. You have the final say here. Send the troops, I beg you, Chief Devers. The lives of Timosyn, Creano, and the rest of the mercenaries are awaiting your rescue." Devers shook his head, feeling that it was impossible to explain things to him. "Go and rest first. When there is news, I will inform you." With that, he signaled the servant to take him away. Pickles pushed him away and shouted, "Devers, if it wasn't for the help of Timosyn and his brothers, you would have died in Persia. But look at how you treat your former comrade. When we came here, not only did we not provide any help, but we were also wronged. Now that Timosyn and his brothers' lives are in danger, and they asked you for help, you didn't even help them. You even found an excuse, saying that we need the approval of the Senate." Pickles scolded the Devers for being ungrateful. Devers was furious when he heard that. He thought, "You said you're going to Syracuse, but you're actually going to attack Cremissa. When did you talk to me about it? You just wanted to use me and Agathia to make Dionia take the blame for you. But you never thought about how you would put Dionia and yourself in a passive position. Now that you've failed, you're begging me, but you don't even have the slightest apology. Who's the ungrateful one? Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to?" With his current identity, there was no need for him to argue with a simple-minded mercenary. He simply ordered the guards to chase Pickles out of the mansion. There was a lot of noise in the living room. With the help of Asuna, Christoia came down from the second floor with her big belly. She asked with concern, I heard arguing downstairs, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Devers squeezed out a smile and scolded her softly, "You're about to give birth. Instead of resting, you're still walking around." Christoia tactfully stopped asking. She covered her bulging belly and said, "The baby kept kicking me just now. It woke me up. Baby, be good and let your mother rest." Devers placed his face on Christoia's belly and said softly, "Oh, he kicked me again." Christoia said in surprise, "Madam, he's so naughty. It must be a boy," Asuna said with a smile. "Naughty little guy." Devers patted his belly and said softly, "Christoia, I'll accompany you for a walk in the courtyard." At that moment, he and Christoia both had a blissful smile on their faces. After Pickles was chased out of the Devers' residence, he immediately regretted it. The Devers' door was tightly shut. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. He had no choice but to look for Felicius and the others. However, Felicius, Capys, and Antonios either avoided him or apologized to Pickles when they saw him, saying that they couldn't help him. In the end, it was Agathia who told him, because the mercenaries have been causing trouble in the Alliance recently. Lord Devers and them have been under a lot of pressure in the Senate. Especially this time, Timicin and the others attacked Cremissa without Dionia's knowledge. This caused Polixus and a few other Turiae senators to directly criticize Devers during the meeting, saying that he was using the alliance of Dionia to seek personal benefits for the mercenaries. This is the first time Lord Devers has faced such severe criticism and humiliation since he became an Archon. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for the Devers to use their troops on their own. Pickles listened without fully understanding, but he also realized that they were oversimplifying things. At noon, Cremissa's news came back. The mercenaries were completely wiped out. Devers sat alone in silence. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. This matter seemed to have come to an end. But Devers realized that it was far from over. Sure enough, in the afternoon, a passenger ship from Crotone sailed into the port of Turiae. 2 people alighted from the ship, the general of Crotone, Lucius, and the chief general of Cremissa, Antares. What did this mean? The faces of the senators in charge of welcoming them changed slightly. 2 corpses were also carried off the ship, Timicin and Creano. This made Felicius, Agathia, and the other mercenary senators sad. Therefore, today's Senate meeting began with an unusually tense and solemn atmosphere. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, was the first to speak. He tearfully accused the mercenaries of all the evil deeds they had committed in Cremissa yesterday and the suffering the people of Cremissa had suffered. Then he burst into tears. Why have the people of Cremissa been living peacefully for decades? But recently they have been plundered by wars. Could it be that we accidentally offended Ares, causing him to vent his anger on the people of the Crimean continent? Lucius looked around the hall and noticed that some of the Dionysian elders looked unnatural. Meanwhile, Archon Divers, who was sitting in the front row, was listening attentively, occasionally nodding his head as though he was in the same situation. He sneered in his heart, stood up, walked to the center of the hall, hugged Antares, and then faced the senators of Dionia and said, "Honorable Consul and the lords of the Senate of the Dionia Alliance, as an emissary of Crotone, I would like to say that yesterday, Crotone sent reinforcements in time to save Cremissa from being destroyed by a group of bandits. During the interrogation of the prisoners after the war, we learned that these bandits were mercenaries from Asia Minor. They had fought together with Lord Devers and some of the senators in Persia for more than a year. They were invited to come to Greece and registered in the alliance, preparing to become citizens of Dionia. Is this true?" "That's right." The Devers nodded and admitted without hesitation. Lucius did not expect him to answer so straightforwardly. He was slightly taken aback. Then he raised his voice and said loudly, according to the statements of the prisoners, they were instructed by the Dionia Alliance to raid Cremissa, preparing to turn Cremissa into an ally of Dionia. Nonsense! Bullsh *T. This is a false accusation. Amintes, Dracos, Agathia, and the others stood up and cursed. Whether you admit it or not, the truth is the truth. The bodies of the 2 bandit leaders are still on the dock, and some of you even shed tears just now. Lucius pointed to the front, his expression solemn as he shouted, "People of Dionia, you have broken the truce agreement with Crotone, and you still want to deny it." Antares glared and pointed at the Devers and cursed. "Ever since you foreigners came to Greece, there has not been a day of peace in Greece. No, it was not Cremissa who angered Ares. It was you who expanded and invaded everywhere, bringing war to the various city-states of Greece. The grievances of thousands of people who died in Cremissa must be redressed, and Dionia must be punished. There was an uproar in the hall. The Devers stood up and walked in front of Antares. He sneered and said, "I originally wanted to express Dionia's apology to Cremissa and even offer some compensation, even though Dionia had nothing to do with this matter." Antares opened his mouth to refute, but the Devers looked at him and roared, "You shut up!" He was startled. Chapter 204. Tell us, Crotone. Let's hear how big the Crotone's appetite is to take advantage of Dionia. Amintes, Scambras, and the other elders began to shout. The guilt they felt earlier had now turned into a sense of solidarity. Lucius glanced at Devers. This young man should not be underestimated. He cleared his throat and said loudly with a normal expression, "The Crotone Alliance and Cremissa request that Dionia compensate Cremissa with 500 talent to compensate Cremissa for the huge losses suffered in this battle." "What? 500 talent? You've gone crazy thinking about money," Mercies shouted. Lucius ignored him. He looked around at the crowd and continued, "Secondly, in order to prevent the aggressive Dionia from invading the neighboring states again, we request that Dionia disband the alliance and allow Amandalera and Nudum to be independent." "Abolish the alliance." What? Did I hear it wrong? What right does Crotone have to tell us what to do? We will never agree to it. This is a humiliation to Dionia. Get out. How dare you come to the Senate of Dionia and say such things? Are you crazy? Only an idiot would agree to such a request. Only an idiot would make such a request. The hall was in an uproar. The elders were cursing and swearing. The hot-tempered ones like Amintes and Scambras even wanted to beat Lucius up. However, they were stopped by Cunigarata, Cornelis, and the others. It was a mess. Lucius and Antares looked on coldly as if they were outsiders. It was as if the chaos was not caused by them. That was until Devers stepped forward and said, "Did you hear that?" "This is our answer," he said loudly, enunciating each word. "No, answer yes." "That means war because you were the ones who violated the agreement first," Lucius said with a straight face. "Then let's go to war. Isn't that why you came here?" The Devers had already seen through their plan and were too lazy to argue with them. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Lucius did not see the expected reaction from his nonchalant attitude. It was as if he had punched empty air. He subconsciously said again, "War. I'm talking about the war between Crotone and Dionia." Devers smiled and turned around. "Are we afraid of starting a war with Crotone? Great. I can finally fight again. I can't wait to beat up Crotone. We defeated Crotone once, so we can defeat it again. This time, we will burn down Ciudad Crotone." Unexpectedly, Lucius felt a little uneasy when he faced the elders who were filled with fighting spirit. "Cunigarata, please take note of Clotho's request. It will be useful in the next negotiation," Dave suddenly said. "The next negotiation?" Lucius was confused. "Yes, after the war." Lucius' heart skipped a beat. He saw the burning fighting spirit in the Devers' eyes. After sending off the emissary, the atmosphere in the hall was still lively. Compared to the former mercenary elders who were filled with fighting spirit, the elders of Amandalera and Turiae expressed more concern about the impending war. Cunigarata's words were very representative. "Sir Consul, are we confident in fighting Crotone? Crotone has been a strong nation in Greece for decades. It even has a powerful alliance. It can organize an army of 30 to 40,000 men, and it has 25 three-oared warships. We don't even have a single warship. Once the war starts, Crotone can easily blockade our ports. This time, I'm afraid it won't make the same mistake as last time." Devers listened carefully and looked around at the people in front of him. He could feel their fear of Crotone, especially the Turiae. It was the prestige that Crotone had accumulated in their hearts after destroying their cities 3 times. He thought for a moment and was about to reply when a voice suddenly interrupted. I've already said that we should chase away those damned mercenaries, but you didn't listen. Now, we're facing Crotone's revenge. We should first hold some people responsible for allowing them to do as they please. The one who spoke was Polixus, Agathia, and the others glared at him. Did I say something wrong? Polixus stared back, unwilling to be outdone. Now that the war has broken out, there's no point in arguing about this. We should all unite and overcome this crisis together. We can't create differences and weaken our strength. Buckos persuaded his friend. It's precisely because of this that the war started. That's why we need to investigate this issue to prevent similar things from happening in the future. Polixus stubbornly retorted. At this moment, Antonio stood up and said, As a censor, many people have recently reported to me that when the city of Turiae was being rebuilt, Buckos, Plazines, and the other elders often went to the homes of the people to express their apologies. However, some people, as the main assistants of Neonsis, were responsible for the burning of Turiae, yet they swaggered in and out of the Senate every day without showing the slightest hint of remorse towards the people of Turiae. They asked us to conduct a thorough investigation to prevent similar things from happening again. Polixus' expression changed drastically. Devers asked, Polixus, do you think we should investigate this issue? I. Polixus trembled slightly under the sharp gaze of Devers. Antonio's, just like what Bucco said, we should unite to deal with this war of life and death. Let's put everything else aside for now. Devers' calm voice entered Polixus' ears. As if he had been granted amnesty, he suddenly relaxed and slumped on the stone bench. Antonio's glanced at Polixus with disdain, then turned around and said, Very well, Your Excellency. Devers said with a relaxed expression, My apologies for the interruption just now. What I wanted to say is that all of you have been busy with your own affairs recently, so I'm afraid you don't know much about the military strength of the Alliance now. Scombres, do you think the number of soldiers in the Alliance is still around 5,000? Scombres, the stubborn old man, stroked his beard and chuckled. It's definitely more than that. Right now, just the citizens of Amendola alone. I'm talking about more than 6,000, including the probationary citizens. I'm not too sure about the rest, but it's definitely a lot. As for the specific number of citizen soldiers, I'll let military officer Felicius tell us. After Devers finished speaking, Felicius stood up and said, All of you, I'm going to announce the number of people who have participated in the military training in Turin, Amendola, and Nudum. This number is lower than the total number of people in the census of Lord Raphael. This is because the citizens over the age of 45, as well as some special professions that are under the protection of the city-state, such as doctors, engineers, and scholars, are not included in the military training system of the citizen soldiers. The senators nodded and turned their attention to Felicius. There are around 5,500 citizens of Amendola who have participated in military training for more than 3 months, around 4,300 from Nudum, and 14,800 from Turin. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the senators, Felicius continued to explain in detail. Among them, there are 7,000 official citizens, and the rest are all probationary citizens. At the end of December last year, Lord Consul ordered me to carry out a preliminary reorganization of them, forming a total of 3 legions. The first legion is mainly composed of veterans and probationary citizens of Amendola, and it's the strongest force. The legion commander is Capus. The second legion is mainly composed of Turin citizens and probationary citizens, and its legion commander is Drax. The Legio III is mainly composed of citizens and probationary citizens of Nudum, and its legion commander is Hieronymus, and the first captain is Bagul. The number of regular soldiers in each legion is currently 7,000, and the 3 legions have a total of 21,000 soldiers. In addition, there are 3,600 reserve soldiers, and a total of about 24,600 soldiers. In addition, there are 300 cavalry, led by leads. Felicius didn't mention registered free citizens. In fact, we can also organize 10 to 20,000 trained free citizens to fight as light infantry. In addition, Laos can provide us with 2,000 to 3,000 reinforcements, and Castellan can't provide many troops, but at least 50 cavalry. The Devers looked at the crowd and said in an impassioned voice, "If we go all out, we can at least get close to 50,000 troops." Considering that the ports of Nudum and Turin need to be guarded, the actual number of troops dispatched will definitely be far less than this number. But it's already about the same as Crotone's troops. My lords, please rest assured, since the establishment of the alliance, there will not be a situation where we are outnumbered. We have the ability to compete with Crotone on land. The Devers' words excited the senators, and Amyntas and the rest even more confidently shouted. In the past, we were not afraid of Crotone, and now Crotone is even less of a match for us. Chapter 205. Cunigarada's solemn expression relaxed a lot. He thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid our war with the Crotone can't be resolved in 2 or 3 days. In that case, we should focus on how to solve the problem of supplying food to tens of thousands of soldiers." Marigi immediately said, "I'll rush to the market now and suspend all wheat transactions. I'll immediately purchase all flour and other food from the market to prevent the merchants from maliciously speculating on the news of the war and causing the price of food to rise. I also suggest that we go to Heraclea immediately to purchase food as a reserve." The Devers nodded in agreement. Although Mursa's had a long face, he still cooperated and brought Marigi to the treasury to collect the money. At this time, Bucco stood up and said, "It's now the season for wheat planting. Most of the citizens are participating in the war, which will seriously affect the harvest of this year's agriculture. I suggest that we stop mining and organize the thousands of city-state slaves to farm the citizens' land. At the same time, we give some benefits to the free citizens of the Alliance so that they can take the initiative to help us. That way, we won't lack labor in the fields." "Buccos, you're very thoughtful." The Devers said solemnly, "Cornelis, Cunigarada, and Nudum is quite far away, and under normal circumstances, Sesta is in the city and can't attend every Senate meeting." His gaze shifted to the back of the meeting room. "Vespa Hemont. Hemont has been to the Grumenta many times and successfully signed a peace agreement with Sinsing. He has also persuaded the small Lucaria tribe to submit to the alliance. His influence among the Lucanians is stronger than Vespa's." Finally, Bagul suggested to the Devers, and the Devers suggested to the Senate. The senators voted and approved, making him the 3rd Lucaria senator. The Devers suggested to discuss with Buccos and come up with a feasible plan as soon as possible to ensure that there won't be any problems with our food farming and grazing due to the war. "Okay," the few of them replied. "Felicius, immediately issue a war mobilization order to all the cities in the alliance. Also, send someone to inform Laos and Castellan to send reinforcements. Owen, tell Castellan to strengthen the city's defenses and burn the pontoon bridge over the Trianta River." Felicius was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that there was no bridge over the Trianta River and that they could walk on foot, but out of trust and obedience to the Devers, he immediately bowed and said, "I'll send someone to do it right away." "Pleasantness," the Devers said apologetically, "we had no choice but to suspend the construction of the temple and invest all the income of the treasury into this war." "I understand, I agree," Plesinus replied. The Devers nodded in relief. Looking around at the elders, he clenched his fist and raised his right arm. "My lords," he said loudly, "Crotone had destroyed cities on the Zabari plain thrice. After we defeated it, it must be very jealous of Dionia. Why? It's because it's afraid that Dionia will seek revenge after it grows stronger. It will do everything it can to strangle Dionia while it's still growing. So, this war is not something we can avoid even if we want to. The war is upon us. We must unite and defeat Crotone once again. We must avenge the humiliation of Burning City and open up a wider world for the future of the Dionia Alliance. War. War. If we can defeat Crotone once, we can defeat it a second time. Capys, Antonios, Amintas, and the other mercenary elders raised their arms and shouted, "Fight Crotone to the death!" Scambras, Proxilus, and the other Amendalara elders responded enthusiastically, "Turiae must not be destroyed again. We must fight Crotone with all our might." Berks, Ansitanos, and some other Turiae elders also expressed their support angrily. "We Lucanians are also citizens of the alliance. We will defend the Daionia alliance with all our might." Vespa and Hemont, the two Lucanian elders, naturally supported the Devers' decision. Amidst the excitement of the declaration of war, the two officials, Kunigarata and Cornelis, who were initially hesitant, also decisively declared that they would lead the officials and citizens of the cities under their jurisdiction to prepare for the war. While Marigi was leading his men to the market to buy food, the bell that was originally cast for the Temple of Hades was temporarily placed in front of the Grand Assembly Hall because the temple was not completed yet. It rang for the first time today. The cavalry then galloped toward Amendalara, Nudum, Laus, and Castellan. When the citizens heard the bell ringing throughout the city, most of them were still a little confused. At this time the patrols ran through the streets and alleys of the city, shouting continuously, "Citizens, attention, please! Citizens, attention, please! War has broken out! War has broken out! Citizens who have participated in military training, please gather at the square immediately! Gather at the square immediately!" On the vast Saburi plain, the cavalry also shouted the same words in every newly built village. War had suddenly come, and it was natural for the citizens to be confused and panicked. However, the strict military training over the past 6 months had taught the citizens and prospective citizens discipline and obedience. They put down their chores and stopped working. After praying to the statues of the gods in their homes, they hugged their families and said goodbye. They brought all their weapons and rations and gathered at the victory square of Turiae from all directions. Such an obvious move in the city of Turiae certainly fell into Tratus' eyes. He wrote in a secret letter, "Turiae has issued a war mobilization order. They are rushing to buy food in the market. There is a riot at the port, but it is under control. The situation in other cities is temporarily unknown." Tratus sent the secret letter, and on his way back from the port, he saw the freemen rushing to their shabby shacks with worried faces. A trace of apology rose in his heart. After staying here for more than half a year, he gradually fell in love with this lively city. He had ridden in a galloping carriage, eaten delicious boiled beef and mutton, watched exciting and intense football games. He admitted that life in Turiae was more interesting and humane than in Crotone. If he was not a citizen of Crotone, he would also be willing to live here for a few years and strive to become a citizen of Daionia. Unfortunately, the passenger ship that Lucius took left the Carati River. He did not directly return to Crotone along the coastline. He first went to Castellan. At this time, Castellan did not know that a war had broken out between Daionia and Crotone. Out of courtesy, they received Lucius. When Lucius told them the news of the war between Crotone and Daionia, the general of Castellan and the senior members of the council were stunned. Lucius threatened them. "The 40,000 troops gathered by Crotone are about to arrive. This is the largest army that Greece has ever seen. Castellan can only be safe if it leaves the Daionia alliance and joins Crotone. Otherwise, it will only be destroyed." The Council of Castellan had a heated debate. Although they were indeed afraid of Crotone's attack, ever since they joined the Daionia alliance, it had brought them too many benefits. Transportation was convenient, trade was convenient, the income of the people and the treasury was much more abundant, and the status of the city had also been improved. So far, Daionia had never discriminated against Castellan. According to the covenant, they had never asked for a single cent of tribute, nor did they ask them to do anything against their will. On the contrary, they were invited to any important celebrations. The people of Castellan's opinion of Daionia grew day by day. They seem to have found the happiness and stability they had under the protection of Sybaris 100 years ago. In the end, Castellan reluctantly rejected Lucius's request. The chief general Amicles said tactfully, "According to the covenant of the Daionia alliance, we have no right to sign any treaties or agreements with other cities, so I'm sorry." Lucius had no choice but to leave the port. At this time, the cavalry of Daionia had arrived and told the Council of Castellan that the alliance was gathering troops. Soon, as many as 20,000 troops would arrive to help defend Castellan. Amicles and the others were completely relieved. They began to strengthen the walls, gather food, burn the pontoon bridge, and seal the port according to Daionia's instructions. Lucius saw the billowing smoke on the Trianta River, which made him understand Castellan's determination. At the same time, he was also surprised by the strength of Daionia's influence. He was even more determined to agree with Crotone's decision to attack Daionia. The passenger ship he was on quickly went south and passed by Cremissa. The Crotone fleet, which had been waiting there for a long time, heard the news of the outbreak of war from Lucius. They immediately raised their sails and sailed towards the Daionia alliance. At this time, under the reminder of Cynegorata, the Devers sent Plazinas to Tarentum to ask the alliance, which had 43-oared warships, to provide assistance to Daionia at sea and stop the Crotone fleet from blockading the port of Turiae. However, the Senate of Tarentum, under the strong opposition of Cynegorata, after a heated discussion, they apologetically told Plazinas that Daionia's request came too late. After the new year, the Messapi invaded the territory of Tarentum again, and Daionia led the army to repel them. The Senate believed that it was necessary to teach Messapi a painful lesson and beat down their arrogance. So, Daionia was once again ordered to lead the army south to attack Messapi's fortress, Manduria. The warships of Tarentum had also rushed to the Adriatic Sea to harass the hinterland of Messapi and interfere with their reinforcements to Manduria, so they could not provide help to Daionia. However, Tarentum could provide food aid to Daionia at a fair price. They only needed to go to Heraclea to buy it. Note: due to the reader's doubts, here is an explanation of the population of Greater Greece. According to several sources, the number of Turiae soldiers who attacked Lucania in history was 10,000 to 15,000. The fact that the Turiae dared to let such a large number of soldiers stay away from the city showed that there were many citizen soldiers in the city. Therefore, the author of one source guessed that the population of Turiae at that time was at least more than 200,000 people. All the people, not just citizens. Other sources showed that when Tarentum was at its most prosperous period, its population was about 300,000. It was a large city in Greater Greece that was no weaker than Athens. Tarentum entered its final glory during the period when Urchita was the consul, which was about 10 years after the novel was written. Therefore, the population of Tarentum at this time was probably no less than 250,000 people. Then Crotone, which was comparable to it, had a large area, and its population was probably no less than this number. Locri and Lygum were smaller in area, and their population was certainly less than the above city-states. However, they were influential city-states in Greater Greece, and their population was probably no less than 100,000. The population of these major Greater Greek city-states added up to more than 1 million. If other Greater Greek city-states such as Trine, which was located on the Euphemia Plain, and Metapontum, which was famous for its agriculture, were included, the population of Greater Greece was probably more than 5 million people. Chapter 206. Indeed, when Plazinas entered the port of Tarentum, he did not see the few Tarentum warships that usually patrolled the coastal waters. Nevertheless, he continued to brazenly request to the Senate of Tarentum, even if only a few warships were to be sent to Turiae, it would be fine. He had a small calculation in his mind. Crotone would never dare to provoke Tarentum while they were at war with Daionia, so even if only a few Tarentum warships were to patrol the east coast of Daionia as a facade, it could serve as a deterrent, thus ensuring the basic safety of Daionia's coastline. However, no matter how much Plazinas persuaded, The Senate of Tarentum firmly refused, leaving the thick-skinned Plesines in vain. As soon as Plesines returned to the port of Thurii, Crotone's fleet arrived. The sea trade routes of Thurii were immediately cut off, and the port was in a state of panic. Olivers arrived with a large number of patrols to help Marigi maintain order. After learning of Tarentum's decision, Devers pondered for a while, then said to Aristocrates, the clerk next to him, "I seem to remember that the Sparta emissary had been to Tarentum before." Yes, Aristocrates reported at the time that Sparta hoped that Tarentum would abolish its alliance with us and take the lead against us, but the Senate of Tarentum refused. "But it still worked," Devers sighed, then sneered. "Tarentum wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Well, we have to rely on ourselves in this war. Go and tell Aristocrates that it's time to close the net on the Crotone spy." Yes. The port of Dionia was closed. As expected by Tratus, he had already discussed with the Crotone clippers in advance, every night at a specific beach at the mouth of the Crati River to obtain his information. Just as he began to write the secret letter again, the door was suddenly knocked open, and 4 or 5 people rushed in. In a panic, he subconsciously grabbed the scroll in his hand and shouted, "Who are you?" But he was pressed to the ground by the people who rushed in. His clenched hand was also pried open, and the unshredded scroll was taken away. His expression suddenly changed. This afternoon, about 10,000 fully armed Thurii soldiers have entered the barracks, and 1,000 heavy infantry are also stationed at the port. It is said that Amendola's militia is already on the way to Thurii, Nudum. A clear voice sounded above his head. "Tratus, I have to admit that your observation and calculation skills are really good. The information you wrote to Crotone matches the facts. No wonder the Crotone sent you to Thurii and stayed here for half a year. What you think your impression here?" Hearing this, Tratus' heart sank. He already knew that his whereabouts were already in the grasp of the Dionia. When he was lifted up, he saw an elegant, thin and tall middle-aged man standing in front of him, looking at him with interest. "What do you want to do to me?" Tratus asked in a low voice, his throat dry. The thin, tall man did not speak. He took an object from someone else and brought it to Tratus. It was a small, crudely carved wooden knife. Tratus' eyes suddenly widened, and his expression was shocked. He struggled and shouted, "What did you do to my child?" "You caught my child, didn't you?" "He's only 7 years old. Harrow above, I beg you to spare him." "Spare him? I'll do anything." He begged bitterly, and in the end, he was sobbing uncontrollably. The thin, tall man said coldly, "Your wife and child are still in Ciudad Crotone, but they are under the surveillance of our people. Let me introduce myself. I'm Aristyras, the intelligence officer of the consul Devers. Although the Devers promised him this position, he is still a free man and not an official. I'll give you a choice. Work for Dionia. If you refuse, not only will you die, but your sick wife will also die of illness due to lack of money, and your son will become a slave. If you agree, you will become a probationary citizen of Dionia. We will try our best to rescue your wife and child, and let the doctors of the Alliance treat your wife. You know that the medical skills of the Alliance are better than those of Crotone." Aristyras paused. Seeing Tratus' head lowered, his expression uncertain, he said in a low voice, "Live or die, it's your choice." At dusk, the chief general of Crotone, Myron, received a secret report from Thurii. This afternoon, Thurii began to gather citizen soldiers. It was reported that about 4,000 citizens in the city had gathered in Victory Square. The villages outside the city were still in the process of mobilizing, and a large number of citizens had not yet entered the city of Thurii. Thurii had sent about 1,000 soldiers to the port and sent many cavalry to patrol the coast. Armendalara and Nudum had not yet seen the arrival of the army. In the past 6 months, Crotone had learned from Tratus and the released soldiers. Chief General Myron had some understanding of Dioria and was very vigilant against Dionia. Therefore, he had made preparations in advance. After helping Cremissa eliminate the mercenaries, he immediately mobilized for war. This time, in order to completely defeat Daionia, Crotone and its subsidiary Asplustum had gathered all the forces they could, 20,000 from Crotone and 3,000 from Asplustum. Silatina, the ally of Crotone, was a large city, but it had suffered the heaviest losses in the previous raid by the Daionia alliance. However, for revenge, it still managed to squeeze out 2,000 soldiers. Trine, which was close to the Briti alliance, also sent 1,000 soldiers. This time, Crotone did not refuse. Only Caronia was rejected by Crotone, because to the south of Caronia was the Rocarii alliance, Crotone's enemy. Although it had not made many movements in recent years, Crotone knew that Rocarii had been eyeing the north covetously. If Rocarii suddenly attacked and captured Caronia while they were fighting with Daionia, then they could easily take down Silatina, which lacked soldiers and generals, and directly attack the defenseless Crotone. Therefore, they could not relax their vigilance and defense against Rocarii. At the same time, the battle with Daionia had to start as soon as possible. They could not wait for the Daionia army to arrive before attacking. Therefore, contrary to the usual procrastination of the Greek city-states, Crotone was particularly efficient this time. Not only did they complete the assembly within a day, but the reinforcements of their allies also sped up under his urging. In fact, when Rocarii learned that a war had broken out between Crotone and Daionia, it was extremely happy. After a discussion, its council sent messengers to Daionia. However, not only did Crotone block the road to the north, but Crotone's warships were always cruising along the east coast of Greece from Cape Aulice to the north. This forced Rocarii's messengers to change their course. They planned to let the passenger ships turn to Sicily in the southwest, then turn to Tarentum in the northeast to disembark, and take a big detour by land. Devers was analyzing the military intelligence of Crotone with the generals of the legion and discussing countermeasures to deal with the enemy. Aristocrati came in and whispered a few words in his ear. Devers nodded and said, "Let them in." He turned to the generals and said, "Brothers, Xanthippus and Tormid are here." The hall that was still in a heated discussion suddenly fell silent. Xanthippus and Tormid hurried in with worried expressions. They did not expect to see so many people in the hall and were stunned. At this time, Devers said with a smile, "I was about to call you too, but I didn't expect you two to come first. We are about to start discussing how to deal with the Crotone. Come in quickly and tell us your opinions." Xanthippus and Tormid looked at each other, then knelt on one knee and said apologetically, "Lord Devers and comrades, we are really sorry. We brought war to Daionia and trouble to you all. Timicin and Creano have been in frequent contact with the mercenaries and have repeatedly asked for our opinions. We always thought that they only wanted to leave this place, but Timicin and the others have nothing to do with you." Devers interrupted them and said with a serious expression, "Everyone has their own ideas and the life they like to live. You and the other mercenaries chose to stay instead of leaving, which means that you agree with the system of Daionia and like to live here. You are willing to become citizens of Daionia. Then come, fight with us. Before the army of Crotone, it is time to test you. Use your heroic performance to fight back against the doubts of others and prove to the people of Daionia that we did not misjudge you. At the same time, prove your determination to defend Daionia to the death. Let the people of Daionia welcome you with open arms. Devers is right. Xanthippus, Tormid, let us fight together and defeat the Crotone. Avenge Timicin and the others. That's great. We can finally fight together again." Amintes, Antonios, and the others warmly welcomed Xanthippus and Tormid, making them feel relieved. Note: when the Crotone gathered their army to attack the alliance of Daionia, the 4th volume of this book was coming to an end. He wanted to know if Daionia could survive the fierce attack of the Crotone army. Could they turn the tables and win? Please read the next volume, Southern Hegemon, Chapter 207, The next morning, the reinforcements from the Silatorians and Trine arrived, and Crotone also received intelligence from Turiai. About 4,000 reinforcements from Amyndalara had arrived in Turiai, and the citizens of Dionia from the Zabari plain had gradually gathered in the square. It was reported that there were about 8,000 people, and they then stationed themselves in the barracks in the north of Turiai. There were no further movements, and it seemed that Dionia was still waiting for reinforcements from Nudum and Laos. This news prompted Myron to take immediate action. Under his active push, the council passed a resolution to attack Turiai. The chief general, Myron, would be the commander of the army, and another talented general, Philadelphus, would be the adjutant. They would lead about 27,000 soldiers, including 20,000 heavy infantry and 6,500 light infantry. Of these 6,500 light infantry, 4,000 were light armored soldiers wearing leather armor and wielding leather shields and spears. They did not have the ability to throw projectiles, and there were 800 cavalrymen. In addition to the regular army, there were also a large number of slaves and freedmen transporting supplies, making the actual number of troops as high as 40,000. For this reason, Crotone organized a large fleet at the port, and it took nearly 3 hours just to load the supplies and get the soldiers on board. It was not until noon that the troop transport fleet sailed north under the protection of Crotone's fleet. When they passed Cremissa, another 500 soldiers joined them, making the number of troops as high as 27,500. Because the whole process of boarding at the port of Crotone was cumbersome and rather chaotic, Myron was worried that the situation would be worse when they landed on the beach. He and Philadelphus were quite concerned about the information from Traitus that the coastline of Dionia is monitored by cavalrymen. To be on the safe side, they did not dare to land on the coast north of Castellan. Instead, after passing the swamp, they immediately docked at the beach where the Timazon mercenaries had landed a few days ago. Myron first let the cavalrymen disembark and expanded the area of security to a radius of 2 miles. After confirming that there was no enemy, they began to land on a large scale. Countless soldiers carried weapons and equipment. Some even led war horses, jumped off the cargo ship, and walked to the shore. Because there were no docks, the slaves and freedmen had to carry food, tents, and other supplies to the shore. As far as the eye could see, the whole beach was full of people, and it was a mess. People were shouting and horses neighing, and the officers were very anxious. The supplies were randomly placed here and there, which affected the soldiers' formation. Philadelphus beat and scolded the slaves. It took him a long time to organize the whole army and put everything in order. After such a torment, the men and horses were exhausted, and it was already dusk. After confirming the nearby campsite, Myron gave a strict order. Each team had to build a sturdy camp and set up sentries. There was no room for negligence. The defeat of Melantius was a lesson to be learned. This time, Crotone had the absolute advantage and had the initiative. As long as they pushed forward steadily, victory was just around the corner. Tomorrow, we'll capture Castellan and turn it into a forward operating base for Crotone's army and fleet. Myron thought about the next military operation in his mind and gradually fell asleep. In the big tent of the tourist camp, Devers, military affairs officer Felicius, 1st Legion Commander Capus, 2nd Legion Commander Drax, and Cavalry Captain Leds were analyzing the enemy's situation. On the wooden table in the center, there was a 2-meter square, smooth wooden board. On it was a detailed map of Greece. Felicius held a wooden stick and pointed at the map on the board. He said, "Everyone, I just received information from the front. Crotone has sent about 30,000 soldiers. They've landed here on the coast south of Castellan. It's estimated that they'll be able to attack Castellan tomorrow. 30,000 people." Cavalry Captain Led sucked in a breath of cold air. "Crotone has probably sent all the citizens of the city to deal with us. What's 30,000 people?" Drax shouted, unconvinced. "If the 3rd Legion can arrive in time, together with those freedmen, will have more than 30,000 people. And even without 30,000 people, Crotone is no match for us. But Crotone's soldiers are all citizen soldiers. Capys looked at Devers worriedly. Sir, are we really not going to wait for the Legio III to arrive and go straight to Castellan? Devers said calmly, there's no time. This time, Crotone is determined to destroy Daionia. That's why they're already prepared and advancing so quickly. If we wait, it means that we're giving up on Castellan. Not only will it damage the reputation that Daionia has built up, but it'll also let the enemy enter the Zbari plains. It'll also go against the promise we made before. We don't have the confidence to fight against Crotone's militia on the plains. And if we rely on the city walls to defend, it'll take too long. It's not good for our new alliance. Devers took the wooden stick from Felicius and pointed at the curve of the Trianta River on the map. He said in a deep voice, "That's why we have to make full use of this river." Everyone present was clear about Devers's plan. Felicius opened his mouth and finally asked, "Sir Devers, will Crotone lead their army to cross the Trianta River?" "I heard that their general, Myron, is an experienced general." Devers smiled and said seriously, "No plan can be guaranteed to be fully implemented. However, Myron was fooled by the fake news I released. Seeing how he's so eager to gather his army and wants to attack the city before we finish gathering, it's very likely that he'll fall into our trap. Of course, if he doesn't fall for it, we can also retreat to Turiae and fight a long defensive battle with Crotone. He'll fall for it." Drax said the hope of the generals present. They also did not want Crotone to set foot on Daionia's soil. "How many cavalry do they have?" Leds asked an important question. "About 800, Felicius replied. Leds clenched his fist, be it in terms of numbers or experience. His cavalry did not have the upper hand. It all depended on whether Sir Devers's amazing strategy would work. "Brothers!" Devers looked at the generals who had gone through life and death with him and were eager to fight. He knew that there was no need to mobilize them. Their fighting spirit would definitely be high. Therefore, he said calmly, "It's getting late. Return to your teams immediately and act according to the previous plan. Hades will protect us. Everything will go smoothly tomorrow." Yes, that night, Crotone's camp was peaceful. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and there was no rain. Myron woke up and felt refreshed. The intelligence from Turiae had also arrived in time. Laus and Nudum's reinforcements had not arrived yet. In the afternoon, 3,000 Turiae soldiers were rushing to Castellan. This secret letter should have been sent last night. At the same time, the Crotone warships cruising the coast of Turiae in the morning did not see any signs of a large-scale troop movement on the Turiae. Castellan Avenue, Myron pondered. Daionia should have already known the arrival of Crotone's army, but they only sent 3,000 reinforcements when they were still in the midst of war mobilization. But they want to defend Castellan with just 3,000 people. As far as he knew, even with the addition of Castellan soldiers, there would not be more than 4,000. Furthermore, the small city of Castellan was less than 4 meters tall. It could not stop Crotone's army from crossing the Trianta River and capturing Castellan. Myron even hoped that Castellan would send all their troops to stop him from crossing the river, so that he could deal the most damage to them in the wilderness and easily capture the city of Castellan. The weather and the enemy situation were all in Crotone's favor. This was the blessing of Apollo. Crotone had to seize the moment when the Daionia alliance had not completed their war mobilization and the army had not yet assembled and arrived. They had to cross the Trianta River quickly, capture Castellan as soon as possible, and then fight the Daionia army. After Myron immediately discussed with Philadelphus, they came up with a plan to cross the river. Under Myron's repeated urging, the army quickly assembled. Among them, 22,000 soldiers were led by Myron and marched northwest, while the other 4,500 soldiers and 500 horsemen were led by Philadelphus and marched north. There were two ideal places to cross the Trianta River. One was located in the middle, where the water was shallow and the riverbank was flat and the walkable section was more than 2 miles long. This was where the Devers crossed the river to ambush Melanchus. The other was located downstream, west of Castellan, where the river was shorter and deeper. The Crotones' plan to cross the river was that Philadelphus would lead 5,000 men to distract the enemy, but they would not cross the river immediately. Myron's army would cross the river at full speed through the wide section in the middle. The Crotone army, led by Myron, was arranged in 8 columns, forming a long line of 4 to 5 miles long. Riding in the middle of the army, Myron's ears were filled with the noise of footsteps and the clashing of armors. But he found it pleasing. The huge army gave him enough confidence. He even had the leisure to think. Castellan and Cremissa were both built on the north bank of the river because they were originally the children of Sybaris. They were close to Sybaris and were wary of Crotone. After this war, they must be forced to move their cities to the south bank. As for Turiae, if everything went well, he did not mind destroying it for the 4th time. General, the scouts crossing the river were surrounded by enemy cavalry, 4 were killed and 2 escaped. Did you find anything? They saw thousands of enemies marching along the north bank. Chapter 208. Not yet. Inform the front line to slow down the march and let Philadelphus make a bigger noise to attract the enemy's attention. Also, let Alisosis, the captain of the Crotone cavalry, withdraw the scouts. Now that the situation is clear, don't waste our cavalry. Yes, sir. After giving the order, Myron's eyes turned to the woods in front of him. He was quite familiar with this place, because through it, further west, was the place where Melanchus' army was ambushed. After the peace treaty with Dionia was signed, Myron personally led the team to carry out thousands of corpses from there. Some from the Alliance, some from Crotone. The tragic scene was unforgettable for him for a long time. Myron pulled the reins tightly. This time, Crotone would wash away the shame and avenge them. The troops walked out of the woods, and in front of them was a flat and elevated wilderness. The Trianta River narrowed here, so the water was too deep for them to cross. This was also the reason why Melanchus had camped here. Enemy! Look at the enemy! The soldiers near the river bank were agitated. In front of the troops, on the other side of the Trianta River, a heavily armed Dionia army was marching quickly along the river bank to the west. It seemed that the Dionia had found out their movements and were ready to stop them from crossing the river. Myron was not too worried. Although he could not see the full picture of the enemy on the other side, he felt that the number of people in the army was not too large. As stated in the secret letter, the vanguard sent by Dionia to Castellan was less than 4,000 people, and they also had to defend against Philadelphus. How many enemies would be left to stop his army from crossing the river? The upper reaches of the Trianta River flowed in a narrow valley between the mountains until it rushed out of the canyon and encountered flat lowlands. Like a child out of control, it happily expanded its territory to both sides, causing the river to be 30 to 40 meters wide. The water flow also slowed down, and after flowing slowly for more than 2 miles, the river became narrower and deeper again due to the elevation of the terrain at this moment. On the south bank of the Trianta River, Myron arranged his 22,000 soldiers, including 2,000 light infantry, into a long formation that was 10 rows thick and more than 2 miles long, covering the entire walkable section of the river. There were only about 5,000 enemies on the other side of the river, and they also formed a formation that was as long as Crotone's, but not only was it obviously thin, but the formation was also very loose. Myron firmly believed that even with the help of the Trianta River, the Dionysian army would not be able to stop the advance of the Crotone army. Their thin line would inevitably be broken by the heavy Crotone army. Attack! Myron, who was at the rear of the middle road, ordered the bugler in a heroic manner. The loud and sonorous sound of the bugler resounded across the quiet Trianta River, other than the 2,000 soldiers that Myron personally led at the rear of the middle road. He did not move because he felt that the number of soldiers on his side far exceeded the enemy's. There was no need for all of them to participate in the battle. The entire square formation began to move slowly towards the river bank. Columns was one of the 20,000 soldiers. After he was captured by the Dionia, he had been detained for half a year to build a road. He had suffered a lot, and his family had to pay a huge debt in order to ransom him. This time he was recruited by the city-state to fight against Dionia again, other than a strong desire for revenge. He also hoped to defeat the Dionia and obtain a lot of spoils of war to pay off his debt. The river bank here was not made of soft fine sand. Instead, it was covered with pebbles of different shapes and sizes. The ground was hard, but it was easy to trip. Hence, Columns and the rest walked slowly and steadily. The Trianta River was right in front of them. Columns, who was at the front, looked through the narrow eye-hole of Corinth's helmet and saw many people rushing out from the enemy's formation on the other side of the river. Without waiting for the captain's reminder, he had already quickly raised his round shield and placed it in front of his chest. Ding! The arrows of the Dionia soldiers hit his bronze shield and produced ear-piercing sounds. However, they could not damage it at all. His right foot had already stepped into the river. "Watch out for the top of your head!" The captain's shout echoed in the dense helmet. His voice was weak and seemed distant. He raised his head subconsciously and saw countless black dots falling from the sky. "Damn it, it's projectiles!" He hurriedly raised his shield to protect his head. At this moment, he heard the captain's anxious shout again, "Watch out for the front!" However, the hearing and vision of the heavily armored soldiers were severely impaired, causing their reactions to be slower than ordinary people. Many of them could not react quickly enough to see what was ahead of them, including Columns. He felt as if someone had punched him lightly in the chest, and then there was a slight pain. An arrow had pierced into his left chest, and it should have already penetrated through the layers of tightly woven linen armor. But its kinetic energy had already been exhausted. The tip of the arrow had just touched his skin, and the experienced Columbus knew that the damage was actually not that great. However, his teammate beside him was shot in the thigh that was not protected by his armor. He screamed in pain and fell into the river. Fresh blood immediately dyed the river red. Looking at his teammate, who was struggling in the water, Columns wanted to help him, but he did not have the strength to do so. The cunning Dionia soldiers used projectiles and direct shots at him at the same time. Looking at his teammate, who finally stopped struggling and floated on the river, Columns felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. "Stride forward! Stride forward!" The captain shouted and urged the soldiers to speed up to cross the river. The river was indeed not deep, just above their knees. It was just that there were many cobblestones at the bottom of the river, making it a little slippery. Therefore, Columns and the rest squatted down and used round shields to protect their heads and chests. With the protection of the river water to protect their legs, the chances of being hit by the arrows were greatly reduced. However, they could not speed up their advance. After the initial panic, the soldiers gradually calmed down. They moved forward slowly while protecting themselves from the arrows. At the same time, in the process of moving forward, they readjusted their formation that was a little chaotic just now. They were almost at the middle of the river, but the depth of the water did not increase by much. Even Columns, who was on the right wing of the phalanx, did not feel the impact of the water because the long formation on the left was blocking the river. At this moment, he noticed that some people had rushed out from the enemy's formation on the other side of the river. They had almost reached the river and were less than 20 meters away from them. The tip of the spear in their hands shone with a cold light under the sunlight. Columns' heart beat wildly. He instinctively sat down, almost immersing his entire body in the water. "Be careful of the javelins." The captain's voice was obviously much louder. That was because the damage of the javelins to the heavy infantry was obviously greater than that of the arrows. Then Columns heard the whistling sound of the wind, followed by a bang. sound. The teammate behind him let out a shrill cry. The javelin pierced straight into the round shield. The tip of the javelin pierced through the copper skin, smashed the wooden plank, and directly nailed his left arm. The strong impact pushed him backward and, at the same time, brought down the soldiers behind him. If it were not for the timely help of the teammates beside them, these heavily armored soldiers would have had their mouths and noses seeped into by the seemingly gentle and harmless river water, causing them to choke and eventually suffocate. It could be seen that the strength of the enemy's javelin throwing was great, causing the front line of the Crotone army to panic again. At this time, the light infantry at the back of the formation also followed closely behind. They could finally start to fight back. The arrows they threw fell like raindrops on the opposite bank of the river, forcing the enemy's javelin throwers not to recklessly attack the front line at close range. The casualties of the Crotone army were only a drop in the ocean compared to the huge army. Although Myron felt a little heartache, he did not take it to heart. He was only surprised that nearly half of the 5,000 enemy soldiers on the opposite bank were light infantry. These light infantry were skilled in coordination, ingenious in tactics, and ruthless in their attacks. He had never seen this in previous battles, and this raised his vigilance. However, the outcome of this battle was unquestionable because, "General, our army has reached the shore. We have reached the shore." His subordinates beside him cheered. Previously, Myron thought that crossing the Trihanto River would be very easy. However, looking at the corpses floating on the surface of the river and the relieved expression on his subordinates' faces, it was obvious that the enemy's light infantry was much stronger than he had expected. Beat the war drums. Don't let them escape. Riding on his horse, Myron could vaguely see that when the front line of his troops stepped onto the river, the enemy's light infantry had already quickly passed through the gaps in their formation and retreated to the rear. "Yes, General." As soon as the messenger finished speaking, they heard the loud sound of a bugle from the opposite bank. The deafening sound could only be produced by at least 10 buglers blowing at the same time. Myron could not hide the shock in his heart. Could it be that the troops that Dionysius sent to Castellan were more than the 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers at the front? This shocking thought flashed through Myron and his subordinates' minds at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the back of the opposite bank. Don, don, don. The war drums were quickly beaten, and the sound reached the ears of Columns, who had already reached the shore. It made him excited. Attack! Attack! Without the attacks of arrows and javelins, the officers' orders were filled with excitement. The Crotone soldiers shouted the name of the god Apollo loudly as they took large strides and charged towards the enemy in front of them. However, an even louder battle cry came from the opposite side. A dark red military flag suddenly rose from the back of the river. What followed next was an endless line of soldiers that were arranged closely together, under the same impassioned war drums. They quickly rushed towards their comrades who were acting as bait in front of them. The military flags that were raised one after another and fluttered in the wind evoked the painful memories of the Crotone soldiers who were once captives like Columns. Chapter 209. Not only the soldiers, but the moment the Dionia army appeared, Myron's mind also went blank. His body trembled and his face turned pale. He knew that he had been deceived. He had been deceived by the cunning Dionia soldiers. He thought that the enemy was too small, but he rashly allowed his army to cross the river in front of the enemy's equally large army. To any qualified general, this was an extremely wrong military action. However, it was too late to retreat now. Retreating in front of the enemy and having to turn back to cross the river was a great taboo for the citizen soldiers of a city that did not have much training. It would mean a great defeat without a battle. The Dionia soldiers could easily attack and turn the seemingly gentle Trihanto River into the graveyard of the Crotone militia. Myron did not expect that the battle between the Crotone and Dionia would suddenly start at this place. However, in the face of this decisive battle that would determine the fate of the city, he forced himself to calm down. He threw his guilt and fear to the back of his mind and focused on the battle in front of him. Sound all the bugles! Sound all the war drums! Let the soldiers charge forward. Bravely cross the river. Only then will we have the hope of winning. He anxiously raised his arms and shouted. The messengers immediately leaped into the river and shouted. The sudden increase in the sound of the bugles and war drums urged the army to move forward. The officers in the formation also knew that the situation was dangerous, so they took the lead and moved forward. The Crotone army began to speed up, but the Dionysian army reorganized their formation quickly and closed in on them. Due to the cobblestones all over the ground, both sides did not charge forward like the heavy infantry battles in the past. Instead, they approached each other steadily. When the distance between the two sides was only about 20 meters, Corbouz saw the enemies on the opposite side suddenly stop moving forward when the officers shouted. The enemies in the front row slightly crouched down, while the enemies in the back row glowed with cold light. He immediately knew what was going to happen when he saw the movements of the enemy. He did not even have the time to say the word javelin before he hastily crouched down. Whoosh! 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 The continuous whistling sounds were like a sudden gust of wind, accompanied by the rising and falling screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, the entire front row of Crotone's army collapsed. Not only did it stop the advance of Crotone soldiers, but it also caused their formation to become somewhat fragmented. However, the Dionia did not stop there. Another round of javelins was thrown. At such a close distance, the lethality of the heavy javelin was quite astonishing. Just as the Crotone soldiers were busy dodging the javelins and rescuing their comrades, causing their formation to fall into disarray, the Dionia soldiers took the opportunity to advance. They rammed their shields into the terrified Crotone soldiers, while 2 or 3 javelins stabbed at the enemies who had just survived the javelins. If it wasn't for the backline filling in the gaps in time, Crotone's front line would have collapsed. However, because of this, Crotone's troops were blocked by the riverbank. Myron's meticulously prepared battle formation of more than 20 rows became a problem at the moment. In most sections of the river, half of them were on the riverbank, while the other half were in the river. In a battle between heavy infantry, other than face-to-face combat, they could also use the thickness of their formation to push the opponent in a way similar to a tug-of-war to achieve a breakthrough. This was another effective way to attack. However, not only could the Crotone soldiers not form an effective united force, but they were also slowly retreating under the powerful push of the opponent. When the javelins that covered the sky flew into the Crotone formation, Myron felt that his heart was about to stop beating. The heavy infantry of Dionia could actually throw javelins. At this moment, Myron regretted being too careless. He did not understand the tactical characteristics of the Dionysian army in more detail. Looking at their light infantry and heavy infantry, this was obviously a well-trained unit with unique tactics. Just as Myron was grieving over the casualties of his soldiers and regretting his negligence, his subordinate stared at the battle on the other side of the river and shouted anxiously, "Damn it! Dionia have so many heavy infantry. It must be because the reinforcements of Nudum and Laos have arrived." Indeed, according to the reports from the messengers on the left and right, the Dionia's formation was almost the same length, and they were able to force their formation to retreat. Although they had the advantage of the terrain, the thickness of their formation was probably not much thinner than their formation. Could it be that the current Dionia also had about 20,000 men? Listening to his subordinates scolding, it was like a bolt of lightning flashed across Myron's mind. Bent on revenge, he had always carefully studied the secret report sent back by Turin, so he had some understanding of the Dionia alliance. He remembered that the secret report said that it would take at least 3 days for Turin to reach Nudum and the same time to reach Laos. So even if the mobilization order of the cavalry was sent to Nudum and Laos, it would still take 6 days to reach Turin and back. After all, the construction of Turin, Nudum, and Laos had only just begun, and it had only been 4 days since the declaration of war, unless Dionia had mobilized its troops in advance. However, 3 days ago, before the mercenaries attacked Cremissa, he had tortured several captives, including Criano and Toulikos. They all admitted that they had concealed their intentions from the Devers and decided to capture Cremissa on their own. Therefore, the reinforcements of Nudum and Laos should still be on their way to Turin. So where did so many Dionia heavy infantry come from? There were not so many citizens of Turin and Amendola. Myron was sure of this. He suddenly remembered something. Freedmen. The so-called registered freedmen of Dionia. Myron suddenly remembered that the previous secret report also mentioned that Dionia frequently organized their freedmen to undergo military training. Myron also remembered that many members of the Crotone assembly mocked Dionia for being so desperate that they turned the uncouth freedmen into citizens of the city. It was simply ridiculous, but everything before him proved that Dionia's method was effective. The armor and spears that these poor freedmen were wearing were probably from the Crotone army that died or were captured in the last battle. Despite his anger, Myron clearly realized that Turin had sent these freedmen to the battlefield. They had probably used everything they had. Did they have any extra troops? Myron looked at the battlefield in front of him, and his spirit was lifted. Euthydemus. What's the matter, General? The subordinate, who was yelling, just now replied, Immediately lead these 2,000 soldiers to the east and hand them over to Philadelphus. What? Didn't you want this unit to reinforce the middle? Euthydemus asked in confusion. Carry out the order. Myron's eyes widened. His good friend's son was really hardworking, but he was too active. Tell General Philadelphus that there won't be too many enemies on the other side. Tell him to cross the river as soon as possible, regardless of the casualties. After defeating the enemy, he will rush over to attack Dionia's army. The victory or defeat of this battle depends on his actions. Myron said solemnly, Understood. Euthydemus saw the chance of victory after Myron's reminder. He rushed to carry out the order excitedly. Myron jumped off his horse. With a spear and shield in hand, he led the guards into the river and joined the battle formation. He kept yelling for the soldiers to fight bravely. Since most of the Dionia's heavy infantry was made up of preparatory citizens, he did not believe that these novices, who were still freedmen half a year ago and had no experience in heavy infantry combat, could master the essence of heavy infantry combat in half a year. This was where his confidence came from. He firmly believed that even if the Crotone soldiers were in danger, they would still be able to hold on until Philadelphus's army arrived. A large flag was erected high in the middle of the Dionia's army. The statue of Pluto Hades was also inlaid at the top, but it was obviously larger than the army flag of the Legion. The flag was also larger, and only the large golden letters Devers were embroidered on it. There were currently 3 legions in the Dionia alliance. Devers, of course, had to step down and return to his original position. According to the old tradition, the consul was originally the commander of the city's army. Therefore, the highest position of the Devers in the alliance army was the commander-in-chief of the Dionia alliance army. At this moment, the Devers were also paying attention to the movements of the enemy on the other side of the river. Lord Commander, the enemy's troops have gone downstream. Aristocrates reminded loudly. As a talent that the Devers had taken a fancy to, the Devers intended to train him comprehensively like the assists. Therefore, they allowed him to follow them during the battle. However, after all, he was still a freedman, so he could only temporarily be given the title of a clerk. The Devers had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tormid. Lord Commander, please give the order. Tomamides's reply came from the bottom of his heart. Originally, the Crotone's rapid advance was far beyond the expectations of the generals. In the case that the troops of Nudum and Laos could not arrive in time, the difference in strength between the two sides was a little big. During the military meeting, many people proposed to give up on reinforcing Castellan and hold on to Turin until the reinforcements arrived before the decisive battle. However, The Devers stood their ground and insisted on pushing the front line to Castellan. Due to the prestige that they had built over a long period of time, everyone was finally persuaded by him. Chapter 210. Just as the Devers had predicted, the Crotones' army crossed the river at this point, and the Dionysian army who had been lying in ambush was waiting for them. The Dionysian army, with a large number of new recruits, had the geographical advantage and used novel tactics to inflict significant damage to the Greek army of Crotone, who were famous for their bravery and gained the upper hand for a while. The Devers were known for their ability to annihilate the enemy when they were in Persia, using clever tactics and having few casualties. However, at that time, Tormid was the commander of the entire army, and he was also responsible for the coordination of the entire mercenary army. The Devers' barracks had always been under the strictest management, so he could only see bits and pieces of their military capabilities. When he arrived in Turin, he heard of the Devers' many military successes, and he was already itching to do so. This time, Tormid, as the commander of the Devers, because he was still a freeman, participated in the entire military operation. He witnessed the Devers stand up for the others, and came up with military plans that he had never seen before. He also commanded all the departments of the alliance to work around this plan. He had the elderly and women wear armor and walk around the port to confuse the enemy's fleet. He had meticulous arrangements during the night march, and even new recruits and freedmen who had never had any experience before could successfully reach Castellan. The army enforced strict discipline and sealed off the city of Castellan to prevent any news from leaking out. He sent Zam's mountain scouts across the river to scout the enemy's movements, and at the same time sent out cavalry to intercept the enemy's scouts so that the enemy would not know what was happening on the other side of the Trianta River. Before the sun rose, he led his army to the place quietly and set up bait, referring to the 4,000 soldiers on the riverbank in front, and at the same time hid the traces of the main army. He deliberately stationed more than 1,000 men between the Trianta River and the downstream riverbank, so that the Crotone would not dare to take the risk of casualties, and so they chose to take the safer middle section of the river. Throughout the entire military operation, the Devers' strategy was fully displayed: deception, rapid marching, reconnaissance, and anti-reconnaissance, ambush, bait. The perfect combination, and finally successfully mobilized the enemy, achieved their goal, and also broadened Tormid's horizons. In this era, most of the wars between city-states were fought in a place that both sides could accept. Or when one side was strong, the other side would defend tenaciously until reinforcements arrived. The generals of both sides would focus on the tactical application of the battle, which was what Sparta was best at. Unlike the Devers, who made a plan based on the situation at the beginning and made a series of complicated and delicate actions around the plan to achieve their own goals, it was as if the bloody battle was carved into a delicate and beautiful piece of art similar to the pottery vases of Athens. Just like the Devers themselves said, war is related to the survival of the city-state. We must be careful and think carefully before we take action. This was why the Devers were able to become the archons of a powerful alliance, while Timicin died in a small city. Tormid's imagination ran wild. Tormid, go to the east and inform Xanthoparis, Epitines, Xpit, and Leds that the enemy will soon cross the river. Tell them to get ready and act according to the plan, the Devers ordered. Yes, sir. Tormid mounted his horse and rode east. Although the tactics adopted in the east would be even more unimaginable, he already had confidence in the Devers. Philadelphus was shocked when he heard from Euthydemus that Myron had led his army to cross the river, encountered the army of Dionia, and was in a bitter battle. The fact that Dionia had ambushed nearly 20,000 soldiers on the opposite bank of the Trianta River was completely beyond his expectations. Would there be an ambush here as well? He looked at the more than 1,000 light infantry of Dionia stationed on the opposite bank and could not help but think. He had hoped that Myron would come to help him after crossing the river to drive away the enemy on the other side and reduce the number of casualties. But now he had to lead his troops to help Myron. The situation was critical, and he did not have time to think too much. The stretch of the river here could not accommodate more than 6,000 soldiers crossing the river at the same time. He quickly divided his troops into 3 parts, the front, the middle, and the back. More than 3,000 heavy infantry were at the front. With their strong defense, they could successfully reach the opposite bank and disperse the enemy's arrows and javelins while reducing the number of casualties. They were followed by 500 cavalrymen who could chase after the enemy's light infantry and defeat them. Finally, there were nearly 3,000 light infantry. After withstanding the long-range attacks of Daionia and suffering some casualties, the Crotone heavy infantry climbed the river bank. There was no need for them to chase after the light infantry of Daionia, who had long escaped. Philadelphus led his army across the river smoothly. "General, do you want to chase after them?" Arasosis, the captain of the cavalrymen, asked. Philadelphus shook his head and said cautiously, "Now we have to rush to help Myron. Your cavalrymen just need to guard the periphery of the column. Do not attack rashly." Philadelphus had just led his troops to turn around and march westward. Not long after, a loud bugle came from the north. Philadelphus' heart tightened. There was indeed an ambush. At this time, Arasosis also quickly rushed over and said with a slightly strange expression on his face, "General, there is an enemy force coming towards us from the north. There are about 6,000 to 7,000 of them, all archers, slingers, and light shield soldiers. There are also a few hundred cavalrymen." Philadelphus was stunned. "No heavy infantry?" "No." Arasosis nodded with certainty. Although Philadelphus was a little confused, he was obviously relieved. He decisively gave the order, "All troops, form up to the north." Since the incoming Dionysian army did not have heavy infantry and lacked the ability to fight head-on, Philadelphus did not mind defeating them first to reduce the harassment. "Arasosis, how many cavalrymen does the enemy have?" "More than 400 cavalrymen. Fortunately, we have twice as many cavalrymen as they do." Philadelphus was even more relaxed. He said, "Arasosis, when fighting with light infantry, your cavalrymen are especially important. I need you to lead the cavalrymen to defeat the enemy's cavalrymen. Try not to pursue them, but to attack the enemy's flank, understand?" "Understood." Arasosis turned his horse and left. The Daionia army was moving very fast. Not long after, they appeared in Philadelphus' field of vision. When he roughly saw the enemy's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. The enemy's light infantry was too light, whether it was the archers or the javelin soldiers. All of them were wearing thin linen clothes. Even the cavalry was wearing armor, while the rest were wearing thin clothes. It was extremely shabby. Are these all free people recruited from the port of Turin? Philadelphus could not help but smile. Myron's guess was right. Dionia's citizens were scarce, and they were short of soldiers. I only need to use light armor and cavalrymen to defeat them. The Daionia army stopped about 500 meters away and began to regroup. I think the people of Crotone will be very surprised to see us. They must think that we are only here to attack them, but they will never think that we let them cross the river with the intention of annihilating them here," Tormid said with a sigh. "This battle will prove to the Greeks that light infantry is just as important as heavy infantry. With the right strategy, light infantry can easily defeat heavy infantry." Epicthenes said confidently, "The key is whether Leds and Xanthoparis can annihilate the enemy's cavalry first." Tormid was still a little worried. "Don't worry, that is the meticulously designed plan of our Lord Devers, the chosen of Hades. He is the chosen of Hades." Xpit had a look of admiration on his face. "Even you and I did not expect this, let alone the enemy. They will definitely fall for it." While he was talking, Epicthenes had already jumped off his horse and walked into the formation. He ordered the soldiers to widen the gap between them, making the formation more loose, making it easier for them to throw and run. Xpit also rushed to the right and gave the same order. On the left, Led's cavalry formation was also loose. Just like that, the left, middle, and right formations of the entire Daionia army were like fermented bread. The area they occupied, both horizontally and vertically, had almost doubled. For Philadelphus, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He hesitated for a while, and finally decided to make his formation thinner. However, the arrangement between the soldiers was still as dense as usual. He felt that although heavy infantry and light infantry had no projectile ability, as close-range troops with strong impact and combat power, a dense formation was their magic weapon to defeat the enemy. At this moment, Philadelphus' mind was frozen by traditional inertia. As a result, the length of the entire Crotone formation was only the same as the length of the Daionia army on the opposite side. This caused the Daionia army to vaguely surround the Crotone army in a semicircle. However, Philadelphus was not worried. He knew that the difference in numbers between the two sides was not big. As long as the Crotone soldiers came into contact with the enemy, victory would come. His biggest guarantee of confidence came from the fact that he had twice as many cavalry as the enemy. Because the opponent's formation was too long, to make it easier to face them, he ordered Alisos's cavalry to separate from the middle and directly face the enemy cavalry. Chapter 2:11. On the Daonia's side, the middle and the right flank each had 3,000 light infantrymen, including archers, catapults, and javelin throwers. Most of them were freedmen from the port of Turin. Hundreds of veterans from the 1st and 2nd Legions served as the team officers. The 400-odd cavalrymen on the left flank had always been a bystander. According to the plan, they had become the key to the victory of the battle. No wonder Leds, who had always been calm, was a little impatient. He repeatedly reminded the captains of the cavalrymen to pay attention to the details of the battle. "I say, Captain, we are very clear. Don't worry," Sirikos said. The large group of coachmen supported by Kristoya's bank loan not only increased the alliance's tax revenue, but all of them were also good riders and had enough horses. That was why they became the main targets of recruitment for the cavalry. As citizens, they were duty-bound to go out to battle. Sirikos's age was just above the upper limit of the recruitment age. He was very active. Being an infantryman at the age of 50 was definitely not enough. But he believed that with his experience in the cavalry, he was more than qualified to be a captain. "Well, then get ready for battle." Leds nodded. "We are clear, but what about the people behind us? Don't mess it up when the time comes." A young captain of the cavalry interjected. Leds looked back at him with a smile and said, "Don't worry, Cuccio. They have fought more battles than you have eaten salt. They faced more cavalry in Persia." The young cavalry captain was not convinced and wanted to say more. At this time, someone shouted, "Look, our catapults are attacking!" There was no bugle call and there was no shouting. The catapults quietly left the formation under the leadership of the veterans and quickly ran to the front of the enemy. They began to swing their catapults at a distance of more than 200 meters. The Crotone soldiers who were still in formation were immediately baptized by the stone rain. Many soldiers did not have time to raise their shields to protect themselves, and many of them were hit in the head and bleeding. "Shameless Daionia, cunning Daionia people, Apollo will punish you." Philadelphus did not expect the enemy to do this. He was caught off guard and immediately cursed. "Attack! Attack! Attack now!" He shouted angrily. "Woo! Woo!" A loud bugle horn sounded. Alsosis, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately pointed his spear forward. "Cavalry, advance!" The 800 Crotone cavalrymen formed an inverted fan formation. They clamped their legs around their horses' abdomens and shook the reins. The war horse began to trot forward. Led's cavalry formed a loose wedge formation, with 2 experienced cavalrymen at the top, each holding a red flag that fluttered in the wind. Seeing that the enemy had begun to move, Leds took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He gently patted the neck of his beloved horse and stared at the enemy until they were a certain distance away before shouting, "Advance! Go! Hiya!" Everyone shouted as they urged the war horse forward. Unlike the Crotone cavalrymen who held the reins in their left hand and held the spear in their right hand, the Daionia cavalrymen held the reins with both hands, their spears still hanging on the hooks. From a trot to a sprint, the cavalrymen controlled the speed of the horses, not daring to let them run too fast. Otherwise, they would easily fall off their horses before they came into contact with the enemy. The spring sun at noon was not hot, but the war horse was spurting like a cloud, galloping forward, grass and mud splashing everywhere and dust flying in the air. The distance of 500 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. When they were only 50 or 60 meters away, Leds, who was behind the flag bearers, shouted, "Turn right!" Sirikos, who was riding on his left, immediately shouted, "Turn left!" The two flag bearers in front quickly split to the left and right. In a cavalry battle, due to the speed, the cavalrymen at the back might be separated from the formation if they were not careful. The characteristic of the wedge-shaped formation was that it was small at the head and large at the tail, so the cavalrymen at the back could see the direction of the advance of the cavalrymen at the front of the formation. With the addition of the two red flags fluttering in the wind, even on the dusty battlefield, the Daionia cavalrymen were basically able to move in unison. They successfully divided the wedge-shaped formation into two groups, and then went around the enemy from the front and the outside. The Crotone cavalrymen at the front did not expect that the Daionia cavalrymen would make such a move. They were completely dumbfounded, but they did not dare to stop. Without prior planning and coordination, any rash action would not only disrupt the formation, but also cause them to be knocked down and trampled into meat paced by the cavalrymen at the back. They could only sprint to the end and turn back. But after crossing paths with the Dionysian cavalry and moving forward, they were shocked to see countless sharp spears protruding from the morning mist, glaring at them with a sinister, cold glint. "Heavy infantry! There's heavy!" the Crotone cavalrymen exclaimed. They wanted to rein their horses, but the strong inertia caused them to crash straight into the spears. In an instant, people screamed, horses neighed, spears broke, and blood splattered. Some of the heavy infantry were directly knocked away by the strong impact, but the other soldiers did not seem to see it. They held on to the spears at the end of their legs, motionless. In front of them, dozens of horses and men were lying in a mess, struggling in a pool of blood in this era. There was no real heavy cavalry. Not only the Greek cavalry, but any cavalry from the Mediterranean countries had never dared to charge in the face of a dense formation of spears. The cavalrymen at the back tried to control their war horses to prevent them from crashing into the spears, but the sensitive and timid war horses were one step ahead of them. They neighed and suddenly came to a halt. The cavalrymen on the horses were pushed away by the inertia, crashed into the forest of spears, and were pierced through Ali Solis, who was in the middle of the cavalrymen, finally managed to stop his war horse. But he saw that his comrades around him were either falling, spinning on the ground, or refusing to move no matter how much he shouted at them. Screams, and neighs intertwined, and the whole cavalrymen were in a mess. Ali Solis knew that he had fallen into the Daionia cavalrymen's trap. The situation was critical, and he did not have time to think. Turn left! Turn left! Go out from the side! He shouted loudly, and the guards around him followed suit. The chaotic Crotone cavalrymen soon regained their backbone and order. Just as they were about to turn their horses around and go around the spear formation in front of them, the two groups of cavalrymen the Daionia had gone around earlier suddenly closed in on them like two human arms. Shouts and screams rang out all around Ali Solis. He suddenly realized that his cavalrymen were surrounded. His cavalrymen were surrounded by infantry and cavalrymen. It was impossible, but it was happening. Charge to the left. Let's kill our way out. Alisosis shouted in exasperation, but a louder voice from the front drowned out his shouts. The horn of the heavy infantry was blown. "Brothers, Kill all these Crotone cavalrymen. Avenge Timicin and the rest." Xanthippus took off his helmet and charged forward with his spear. More than 1,000 mercenaries roared and charged forward with him. The soldiers that were knocked down struggled to get up, drew their swords, and charged forward. The sturdy spear wall turned into a flowing water that quickly seeped into the chaotic Crotone cavalrymen. Killing the stationary cavalrymen was a piece of cake for these battle-hardened mercenaries. Most of them even let go of the valuable horses and used the method of 2 mercenaries against 1 cavalryman at the same time. One was responsible for distracting the cavalryman, while the other took the opportunity to quickly approach from the side and thrust his spear upwards. The tip of the spear would pierce through the gap of the armor below the ribs and into the lungs, straight to the heart, killing in 1 shot. If the cavalryman dodged the stab, the mercenary would sweep his spear downwards, knocking the cavalryman off his horse. Before he could get up, he would receive a heavy kick to the head, and his neck would be broken. The mercenaries were very efficient in killing. Even the Dionia cavalrymen subconsciously stayed away from these ferocious creatures. The battle ended quickly. Other than a few dozen Crotone cavalrymen who escaped, more than 100 cavalrymen surrendered. The rest were all dead. Even Alisolis was not among them. Dionia also obtained more than 400 war horses and only lost more than 50 cavalrymen and 20 mercenaries. It was a complete victory. The tactics invented by the Devers had succeeded. Leds listened to his men's report with a smile on his face, but he knew that the battle was not over yet. He separated 70 cavalrymen to continue chasing the remaining enemies and urged the rest to rush to the nearby city of Castellan. "Hurry back and get the javelins. Leds will go with you." Xanthippus and many mercenaries rushed over on captured war horses. Leds instinctively wanted to refuse, but the mercenaries played a decisive role in this battle, so it was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. Xanthippus read his mind and said, "You don't have many cavalrymen under you now. Although our horsemanship is not as good, our javelin throwing is better than yours. With more people, we can put more pressure on the Crotone. The sooner we end the battle here, the sooner we can reinforce the Devers." Xanthippus' words reminded Leds. He no longer cared about whether they were cavalrymen or not. "I hope you can keep up with our speed. I won't stop to wait for you. Don't worry." Xanthippus smiled. Philadelphus still did not know that his cavalry was almost completely wiped out. Now, the light armor soldiers in the middle of the road that he led were in trouble. When the horn to attack was blown, the light armor soldiers rushed forward. The enemy stone throwers hurriedly retreated. They rushed forward again, followed by a rain of arrows, followed by javelins. After some casualties, the light armor soldiers were very close to the enemy. At this moment, the enemy's light armor soldiers in the middle all retreated. Chapter 212. Although the light armor soldiers were in light armor, they still had armor, and they also had shields and spears in their hands. How could they possibly catch up to the enemies who were only wearing thin clothing? But once they stopped, the enemy's long-range attacks would begin. What was more worrying was that the enemies in the middle gradually divided into 3 groups, while the light armor soldiers were advancing. One group would lead the light armor soldiers in the middle of the formation, and the other 2 groups would circle to the sides of the light armor soldiers. When the light armor soldiers advanced, their flanks were attacked by the enemy. They couldn't protect the front, and they couldn't protect the front. Crotone's troops were charging around like wild boars. In the end, not only were they unable to harm a single hair on their enemies, but their casualties were also increasing. Where's the cavalry? Why isn't the cavalry here yet? What is Alisosis doing? Seeing the soldiers fall one by one, Philadelphus became impatient, and he couldn't help but curse. This was the first time that he had experienced how uncomfortable it was to fight against an enemy that was made up entirely of light infantry. They couldn't hit them, and they couldn't catch up. Instead, they became the enemy's live targets. "Retreat to the left! Retreat to the left!" He shouted, and the guards followed him. If it had been during the previous chase, the excited soldiers would not have been able to hear what he was shouting. But now, everyone was huddled together, carefully dodging the arrows and stones. They were starting to feel a little scared and tired. Philadelphus's order was exactly what they had been hoping for. The light armored soldiers hurriedly retreated, who knew that the Dionians' light infantry would chase after them like maggots on a bone. Philadelphus's original intention was to retreat to the left and meet up with the heavy infantry on the left. With their presence, they could protect the light armor soldiers' flank and reduce casualties before the cavalry returned victorious. At this moment, Philadelphus still believed that the Crotone cavalry would win. However, he was in the middle of the formation, and he didn't know that the heavy infantry on the left, which he thought would be behind him on the left, had actually been led astray by the enemy's light infantry on the right. They deliberately retreated to the northwest, causing the slow-moving heavy infantry to unknowingly move from the north to the northwest. As a result, the distance between Crotone's middle and left became wider and wider. The light armored soldiers quickly retreated for a distance. Not only did they not regroup with the left flank, but they were also unable to do better defense during their retreat, which led to a rapid increase in casualties. Now, they were forced to turn around again and use their leather shields to protect themselves. They slowly retreated to avoid the arrows that were shot at them, seeing more and more of their fallen comrades getting their throats slit by the enemy. The morale of the light armored soldiers was shaken. At that moment, they heard the clopping of hooves behind them. Because they had to dodge the arrows, they could not look back, but they all heaved a sigh of relief. Cavalry! Our cavalry is finally here! Philadelphus was confused. Why did Aristosus's cavalry go to the back? Didn't I tell him to lead the cavalry to attack the enemy on the other side after defeating the enemy's left wing? Not even a little bit of ability. Just as he was getting angry, someone shouted, "Javelin! Watch out for the javelins! They're enemies!" Along with this cry of alarm, hundreds of javelins whistled from behind. Philadelphus was at the back of the formation, and he was wearing a colorful general's helmet. Of course, he was the main target of the attack, and he was immediately hit by 3 javelins. When Philadelphus fell, he still could not understand. Why did the Crotone cavalry, who had the advantage in numbers, lose? The cavalry that they had high hopes for was the enemy. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. They lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions. The light infantry and cavalry of Dionia took advantage of the situation and gave chase. The light armored soldiers could not outrun these poorly equipped light infantry, not to mention the cavalry's speed. After being caught up, most of the soldiers chose to surrender. After taking care of the Crotone's right-wing cavalry and the light armored soldiers in the middle, the Dionia soldiers concentrated on dealing with the most difficult heavy infantry. When more than 3,000 Crotone heavy infantry were surrounded by more than 7,000 Dionia light infantry and cavalry, these heavy infantry understood that their middle and left wing were most likely doomed, especially when Led's cavalry raised Philadelphus's severed head and went around the heavy infantry formation, shouting for them to surrender. One could imagine the impact on the hearts of these Crotone soldiers. The commander of this heavy infantry was Fellows of Crotone, and his deputy was General Pausanias of Cyrodian. Faced with such a terrible situation, both of them had a dispute. Fellows believed that the light infantry could not cause too much damage to them. As long as they could persist and reach the river crossing point of the main force, they could assist the main force in defeating the Dionia army. The final victory would still belong to the Crotone. On the other hand, Pausanias believed that the morale of the soldiers was very low under the circumstances of being completely surrounded and attacked. The destination was at least 6 to 7 miles away, and with the soldiers' current condition, it was almost impossible for them to persist until they reached the river crossing point in the west. Neither side could convince the other, and in the end they parted ways. Pausanias led the Cyrodian soldiers and some Trine soldiers, a total of 1,700 men, and began to retreat back to the south bank of the Trevento River. Fellows led the 1,400 Crotone heavy infantry and began to accelerate westward. Crotone's sudden division of troops caused trouble for the generals of Dionia. Leds and Xpit believed that they should surround the heavy infantry westward and use a small number of troops to drive the retreating enemy away. Epiphanes objected. He believed that since the enemy retreated, it meant that they were not fighting. As long as they continued to pursue and attack, they would definitely surrender. After that, they could surround the remaining heavy infantry and annihilate the enemy. The next step of the plan would be easier to carry out. His opinion was supported by Xanthoparis. The situation was urgent and there was no time to argue. Dionia's troops were also divided into two. Epiphanes and Xanthoparis led their troops in pursuit of the retreating heavy infantry. The Cyrodian and Trine people were indeed not fighting. They were not Crotone and did not have much of a conflict of interest with Dionia. Although the Cyrodian citizens had suffered many casualties in Dionia's attack half a year ago, they had participated in the war mainly because of the alliance and to reap some benefits. Avenging the dead was only secondary, but when the situation worsened and their lives were in danger, they would not fight recklessly. They welcomed the division of troops. They thought that the Dionia light infantry would focus their attention on the Crotone advancing westward, but they did not expect that the Dionia army would still be in hot pursuit of them. The panicked Cyrodian soldiers had just reached the river crossing point when they remembered that they had paid a heavy price to cross the river. Now that there were more enemies and the attack would be even fiercer, their hearts sank to the bottom of their hearts. The Trine soldiers were the first to surrender, followed by Pausanias and the Cyrodian soldiers. Crotone's heavy infantry were said to speed up their advance, but their speed was not much faster than before. Although the heavy infantry were well protected, it did not mean that they were not afraid of arrows, javelins, and stones from a distance. The impact of stones on their helmets would make them dizzy. Their legs, toes, and hands were exposed, and they had to be careful of arrows. Their linen breastplates could not completely block a close-range blow from a javelin. Of course, the large round shields they held with a diameter of 1 meter and covered in copper could completely block a frontal attack. But the enemy was not only in front, but also from the sides and the rear. How could they defend themselves? They were less than 6 miles away from the Crotone army. Normally, they would have been able to reach it in an hour's march. But now, after half an hour, they had only advanced less than a mile. Arrows and javelins continued to fall. They were like giant beasts that were constantly being bitten and bled by agile wolves. They grew weaker and more tired. There was no hope in front of them, but the enemy's arrows and javelins were always abundant. The Devers had asked the Castellan soldiers to offer up all the arrows and javelins that they had accumulated over the years and transported them to the rear of the battlefield by pack animals. Therefore, when Epiphanes and Xanthoparis returned with the captured Cyrodian and Trine flags to the Crotone heavy infantry, the morale of the Crotone soldiers, who were surrounded and constantly defending against long-range attacks, was finally shattered. When they surrendered, there were less than 1,000 soldiers who were unharmed. Arsines, who was still a recruit half a year ago, was now a squad leader of the 1st Legion. He was in charge of 9 soldiers, 6 of whom were probationary citizens. The rapid expansion of the Dionysian army in the past 6 months was imaginable. Of course, it also brought many problems, especially in such a fierce battle. The quality of the heavy infantry on both sides gradually became apparent over time. Heavy infantrymen didn't just need to wear armor, use a shield, and use a spear to become a qualified heavy infantryman. In a battle, the most important thing for heavy infantrymen was trust and tacit understanding. In a tight formation, a heavy infantryman held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. The heavy copper-round shield made him lean to the left, and the round shield naturally protected his left chest and the right chest of his comrade on the left. His right chest was protected by the shield of his comrade on the right. This way, the shield was connected in a line and blocked the enemy's stab. He had to move the round shield back and forth, which was physically exhausting and could easily disrupt the formation. He only needed to focus on two actions: constantly stab with his right hand and push forward. Therefore, trusting your comrade and trusting that he would protect you was the key to the successful operation of a heavy infantry formation. Chapter 213. The freedmen of Dionia were different. They came from all over the world and worked hard to make a living, so they had developed a habit of self-interest. Even before becoming a probationary citizen of Dionia, most of them had never received heavy infantry training, nor had they been on the battlefield. More than half a year of intensive training could not completely eliminate the habits that they had developed over a long period of time. When the enemy's stinger stabbed at the right side of his chest, he should have asked his teammate to defend while he fought back with his stinger to force the enemy to defend and reduce the pressure on his own side. However, out of instinct, he retracted his shield and blocked the stinger. As a result, half of his teammate's body was exposed to the enemy's stinger. Such a vicious cycle caused everyone to have to fend for themselves, so the line of defense was no longer tight. Not only could they not advance effectively, but the Crotone people also squeezed in through the gaps and used their individual abilities to further disrupt Dionia's line of defense. The First Legion of Dionia was originally the legion with the most veterans and the strongest combat force. It originally had 4 battalions of veterans, but a large number of veterans were transferred to serve as team officers of the 3 legions. Moreover, the Devers had transferred another 300 veterans as reserves, so they had to replenish a large number of recruits, resulting in a sharp decline in combat effectiveness. Occupying a favorable terrain and having the upper hand at the beginning of the battle, not only did no one take the opportunity to drive all the enemies on the opposite side into the river, but after a long stalemate, they began to slowly retreat under the crazy counterattack of the Crotone people. Arseni's squad was in the second row of the line. Several of the soldiers in the front had fallen. He shouted loudly and commanded his men to work together to drive the enemy out and fill the gap. The long battle made his arms sore and swollen, and commanding these ignorant recruits made him even more mentally and physically exhausted. However, the ferocious gazes shot out from the enemy's helmets constantly reminded him, "Fight! Fight! Otherwise, only failure and death awaited him. Lead your soldiers to fight bravely and win. It is the responsibility of a captain." This was the advice given to him by his former squad leader, Septimus, who was now a platoon leader, when he congratulated him on becoming a squad leader. He had always kept it in mind. He shouted the names of each soldier loudly, using his brave but flexible fighting style to remind and teach his men how to apply the skills learned in the training ground to life and death battles. During the most difficult moments of the battle, these low-ranking officers of Dionia played an important role as the mainstay. In the battle between the heavy infantry, Dionia was at a disadvantage. In the battle between the light infantry, Dionia had the upper hand. Not only did the number of light infantrymen increase by 1,000, but more than half of them were veterans from Asia Minor. The 3 light infantrymen, stone throwers, archers, and light shield men were all from the famous light infantrymen of the Mediterranean Sea, Rhodes, Crete, and Thrace. How could Crotone, who did not value the use of light infantrymen, be able to resist them? Even with the heavy infantries of both sides in between, Crotone's light infantries were still injured by the arrows and stones that were accurately thrown at them. They were forced to retreat. Once the light infantry's protection was weakened, the rear of Crotone's heavy infantry would be attacked by Dionia's light infantry. Logically speaking, these soldiers at the back of the phalanx had not participated in the battle, so they should be full of energy. On the contrary, most of them had been soaking in the river for a long time. The chilly water of early spring had taken away most of the heat from their bodies, leaving them hungry and exhausted. Therefore, in the face of the enemy's long-range attacks, their reactions had become sluggish. If not for the protection of the heavy infantrymen, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Because both sides had their own difficulties and advantages, they were in a stalemate and fell into a bitter battle. Myron was not anxious in the face of this situation. He had achieved his goal by being able to hold on. The key to Crotone's victory came from the 7,000 soldiers who were circling around the lower reaches of the Trevento River. He firmly believed that the final victory would belong to Crotone. Dives, the consul of Dionia, had the same thought. However, he had already received news from Led's cavalry. Crotone's troops at the lower reaches of the Trevento River had either been annihilated or had surrendered. They no longer existed. After a short rest, Led's and Epetini's would cross the Trevento River and attack Crotone's army from behind. Devers was completely relieved. Looking at Mataurus scratching his head in frustration, he could not help but joke, "Mataurus, is your scalp itching?" "Commander," Mataurus complained loudly, "when we took Newton the last time, we didn't get to fight and missed the victory. This time, I've been caught by you to be the reserve captain. We're about to win, but I'm still idling here. This is too unfair." Devers smiled. "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." As he spoke, he gave an order. "Blow the signal to change the formation. Have the front-line soldiers fall back and the second-line soldiers take the lead. Commander, we're about to win. Why do we have to change the formation again? Most of them are new soldiers. If something goes wrong, the entire formation will." Mataurus was eager to fight, but he did not want to see the alliance fail. "We've trained this formation for so long, but we've never used it in a real battle. Now that we're about to win, if we don't accumulate experience now, when will we?" Devers said seriously, "Moreover, if we retreat, we'll lure the enemy to the riverbank. It'll be even harder for them to escape. Mataurus, you've been an instructor for new soldiers. You must have confidence in the results of your soldiers' training and in your command. You're the commander. You call the shots. Isn't it our turn to fight now?" Mataurus did not dwell on the problem and volunteered to fight. "Bring your men to the right flank of the formation. It's where the 2nd Legion and the 3 reserve brigades meet. If the enemy's sudden advance confuses them, you'll need to rush up in time to block the enemy's attack and buy time for the soldiers to regroup." "Understood, I'll go now. Brothers." Mataurus roused himself and began to shout loudly. The soldiers, led by Arsines, were still fighting the enemy. At this time, the bugle sounded from the rear, making him perk up. When it sounded for the second time, he recognized it. It was the bugle for change of formation. "Brothers, hang in there. We'll be able to rest soon." Like Arsines, the frontline officers reminded the soldiers loudly. At this time, the second line of the formation quickly divided the company into units. If one company did not move, the neighboring companies would have to retreat. After a while, the entire square formation changed from the originally dense long snake formation to a checkerboard formation or fish scale formation, formed by the small square formations of the companies. Without the support of the soldiers in the rear, under the pressure of the enemy and the command of the company drums and military flags, some of the soldiers in the front line began to retreat. Finally, they quickly retreated through the gaps in the checkerboard formation at the rear. Before the drums of Arsines' company sounded, he knew that his company wasn't very lucky. The company behind them didn't retreat first, so they couldn't retreat for the time being. At this time, Captain Curtis shouted, "Brothers, protect our flank!" As the neighboring companies retreated, the enemy took advantage of the situation and rushed in. As the front line of the Dionia formation did not retreat as a whole, Crotone's offensive formation became uneven, and the lines of the two sides formed a crisscross. Arsines' company was under the pressure of being surrounded on 3 sides, but the enemy who rushed in through the gap was also in the same situation. However, the Dionia troops retreated prepared. Every small square that fought the enemy was under the strong control of the company commander. On the contrary, Crotone was unprepared and disorderly. As a result, although Daionia was retreating, Crotone did not seize this opportunity to cause more casualties and chaos to Daionia. At this time, the company drums sounded, and the 20 by 10 square formation formed by the four teams began to retreat slowly as the central military flag began to wave rhythmically to the rear. Arsines and his company defended against the enemy's attack with shields and spears while following the retreat of the companies in the rear. Their companies also began to retreat in an orderly manner. When the companies in the rear stopped moving, Arsines and his company were able to withdraw from the gaps between the scattered companies' phalanxes. After several rounds of retreating, the soldiers in the front line had successfully retreated to the rear, while the soldiers in the second line rearranged themselves into a dense formation and became the forefront of the entire phalanx. The reason why the change of formation was so smooth and there was no major chaos, which prevented the Devers' worries from becoming a reality, was that Crotone had never seen an army dare to make such a bold and strange change of formation in a fierce battle, so they failed to take effective countermeasures in time. Secondly, when fighting in a dense formation, the Crotone army was stronger than the Daionia army, which had more recruits. However, once the formation was changed, the dense formation of both sides was split into small squares, and the targeted training that Daionia had carried out for a long time with detachments and companies as tactical units came into play. Their command was more efficient and their actions more flexible. On the other hand, Crotone's combat and training mainly focused on large phalanxes. The command system was rough to begin with. After the soldiers rushed into the gaps, they lost effective command and fell into chaos. They could only fight for themselves and were at a disadvantage. Chapter 214. Did they break through? Did Philadelphus and the others arrive? Myron, who could not wait to go ashore with the soldiers, was excited, but after a while the troops stopped moving forward and were forced to retreat bit by bit. Hang in there, soldiers! Put in a little more effort. The enemy is about to die. Myron, who did not know what was going on, thought that the troops' attack was weak. He knew that his shouts would not have much effect, but he could not help but shout, trying to rouse their fighting spirit. But the Crotone troops could not move forward. The Dionysian army, who had completed their formation change, was led by the original second-line soldiers. They were still full of energy, making up for the lack of experience of the heavy infantry. The Crotone soldiers were exhausted after fighting for more than 3 hours. They could not even protect themselves, let alone attack. Just as they were struggling to hold on, the Crotone light infantry behind them, who had retreated to the other side of the Trianta River, suddenly shouted in panic, "Enemy! The enemy is coming!" Although Myron, who was in the middle of the rear of the phalanx, could not hear what they were shouting, but the sound of panic made him turn his head subconsciously. What he saw shocked him. Hundreds of cavalrymen had appeared on the riverbank behind him, and they were pouncing on the fleeing Crotone light infantry like wolves and tigers. Behind the cavalrymen were countless unarmored soldiers. They quickly spread out in formation, knocked arrows, and held javelins, aiming in his direction. Where did so many enemies come from? Where are Philadelphus troops? At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through his terrified mind, and finally there was only one sentence in his heart: "We lost!" In fact, he was not the only one who saw the scene on the riverbank behind him. Many of the Crotone soldiers saw it too, and the Daionia scouts, standing on the high ground on the other side of the river, also saw it. Just as Myron was panicking and the Crotone soldiers' morale was wavering, the Devers gave the order with great enthusiasm: "All troops attack!" The bugle of the attack was blown, and the same bugle sounded on the other side of the river. Just as the Daionia heavy infantry began to attack, nearly 6,000 Free Daionia light infantry fired the first round of arrows, stones, and javelins at the rear of the Crotone right flank. The exhausted Crotone soldiers could no longer hold on. First, the right flank collapsed, followed by the middle, and then the left flank. The Crotone front line that was more than 2 miles long and more than a dozen rows thick collapsed like an avalanche. The soldiers scrambled to the south bank. The nonstop long-range firepower of the free citizens accelerated their retreat. The Daionia heavy infantry took advantage of the situation and launched a charge, which made the large-scale retreat even more chaotic. Nearly 20,000 people were attacked from both sides, crossing the river and retreating. What kind of tragic scene was that? Xanaparis, who witnessed the whole process from the south bank, could not bear to look back when he talked about the Crotones' defeat to Ansitanos, who wrote the history of Magna Graecia. He recalled, "The Crotone people were shouting in horror, 'Run for your lives! We've lost!' The volume even drowned out the sound of our bugles. They ran for their lives towards the south bank, pushing and shoving each other. The Crotone who were left behind and chased by our warriors knocked down the people in front of them with their shields and spears in order to escape. Sigh. The Trianta River is not deep, but those who fell into the river did not get up again, because once they fell, not only did no one help them up, but they also drowned because of the heavy equipment they were wearing. In fact, neither the heavy infantry's pursuit nor the long-range attacks of our light infantry could make up for the damage the river caused to the Crotone people. That must be the wrath of Poseidon. I can't help but recall the scene when the expeditionary army fought against the Persia at the Kentrit River. Sigh, after the battle, when I returned, I saw the Trianta River was filled with Crotone corpses. It was as if the river had been blocked. That was really creepy. It was said that there were more than 3,500 corpses that were fished out, and that did not include those that had drifted into the sea. The Crotone soldiers who fled back to the south bank did not even have time to catch their breath. Even though the Daionia heavy infantry were exhausted, they continued to attack under the Dever's urging, continuing to put psychological pressure on the routed soldiers. The large number of light infantry who were not burdened by the heavy armor were the main force of the pursuit. They pounced on the Crotone's flank and almost surrounded the entire right flank. The demoralized Crotone soldiers surrendered under the barricade in front and pursuit from behind. After the light infantry handed the captives to the heavy infantry, they continued their pursuit. At this time, the cavalry became the main force of the pursuit. Nearly 300 cavalrymen spread out under the leadership of Leds, crushing the routed soldiers back and forth. The Crotone soldiers were either knocked down by the galloping war horses and could not get up, or forced to change their escape route. In the end, the light infantry caught up to them and captured them. The fleeing Crotone soldiers were apprehensive along the way. In the end, many of them collapsed on the road due to exhaustion, or like the soldiers who had been captured once like Tratus, when they saw that there was no hope of escape, they simply squatted down and surrendered. In the end, all the light infantry of Daionia took up the task of escorting the captives. In the end, the Crotone soldiers fled into the swamp area. Many of them rushed into the dangerous area in panic. The Daionia cavalry followed them into the swamp, but because they were unfamiliar with the terrain, many horses got stuck in the mud, and because the sky was getting dark, they had to give up the pursuit. The battle that decided the fate of Daionia and Crotone came to an end. The Crotone side invested about 27,000 soldiers, but in the end, 7,000 were killed or wounded. Because it was a defeat, it was almost impossible for the injured soldiers to escape. About 12,000 were captured, and 8,000 fled the battlefield. Only less than 5,000 managed to escape back to Cremissa. More than 3,000 were lost in the forest and swamp. Some managed to escape after a few days, while others never made it out. Under the protection of his guards, Myron was lucky enough to escape back to Cremissa. The Daionia side also invested about 24,000 soldiers, but in the end, they only suffered more than 4,000 casualties. It was a glorious victory. On this day, the chief general of the city of Castellan, Amicles, had been watching the development of the entire battle anxiously. In order to ensure that the Daionia light infantry had sufficient firepower, the Devers had asked the city of Castellan to provide enough arrows and javelins. Therefore, Amicles was also responsible for organizing and transporting the army to the battlefield. When the Crotone troops were annihilated downstream, he received the news even earlier than the Devers. At that time, he excitedly told the members of the Council of Castellan that Dionia's victory was set in stone. After all, Crotone had been tyrannical in Greece for many years, and the city-states were deeply afraid of it. In addition, its main force was still intact. Who knew if it would try to turn the tables? It was not until an hour later that countless bodies floated down the Trionta River, attracting the attention of the people of the city at the port. After the guards checked them one by one, they confirmed that they were Crotone soldiers. When the news spread, the uneasy hearts of the people of Castellan finally calmed down. There was no doubt that the Dionia alliance had won. The Dionia alliance had won. When the cheers resounded throughout the city, the shadow that Crotone's threat had cast in the hearts of the people of Castellan was finally removed. The general and the members of the council looked at each other with gratified smiles on their faces. Their decision to endure the threat of Crotone and take the risk to support Dionia was indeed the right decision. When the Devers led the army back to Castellan, the whole city was illuminated by candles. Amicals led the members of the council and the people out of the city to welcome them. The Devers were somewhat surprised by the grandeur of the scene. He hurriedly dismounted from his horse and walked on foot. Victory! The Dionia alliance! The crowd burst into deafening cheers like a tsunami. Congratulations, Lord Devers! It's unbelievable. You've achieved a glorious victory. Amicals congratulated the Devers from the bottom of his heart. It's all thanks to the blessing of the Hades. And all of you, the people of Castellan, did your best to help me. The Devers replied humbly. After this defeat, I'm afraid that Crotone will not be able to attack again. Amicals wanted to know what the Devers' next move was. The Devers, of course, understood the hidden meaning in his words. He smiled and said, If we don't take the opportunity to kill the injured lion, are we going to wait for it to recover before taking revenge? Tomorrow we'll attack Cremissa, take it down, and go straight for Crotone. Amicals heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He then reminded the Devers, I think Crotone will ask for peace talks like the last time in exchange for the release of these captives. Peace talks? The Devers sneered as he looked at the 12,000 captives being escorted past him. Initially, he wanted to force these captives to be the vanguard tomorrow to attack Cremissa or even Crotone. He thought that the people of Crotone would definitely be cautious when faced with the attack of their own people. This would allow Dionia to easily take over these two cities. This was one of the common tactics used by the Mongols and Jurchens to conquer the world. Chapter 215. During the War of Peloponnesus, Athens sent an army to Sicily. In the end, they were defeated by the allied forces of Syracuse and Sparta, and more than 6,000 people were captured. At that time, Sparta was faced with the difficult situation of being attacked passively at sea and being unable to break through the long wall of Athens on land. They also did not have the 6,000 captives to attack the city of Athens. If the Devers did so, he would be considered to have set a precedent. He was afraid that the words sinister and cruel would become his label. Not only would it make the city-states of Great Greece secretly vigilant, even the citizens of Dionia, who originally respected him, would gradually alienate him. This would undoubtedly be a major blow to the reputation of the Devers. Therefore, with a grand goal in mind, of course, he would not make this kind of mistake of throwing away watermelons and picking up sesame seeds. Since victory was already in his grasp, he did not mind taking Cremissa a little later. Therefore, as soon as the battle ended, he ordered a reserve brigade and more than 5,000 freedmen to escort the captives back to Turin, leaving only 2 legions and 2 reserve brigades to be stationed in Castellan. Compared to the previous night, the citizens of Castellan, who were happy about the victory, were more than willing to vacate their rooms. They even prepared a sumptuous dinner and invited the soldiers of Dionia to stay. Compared to the legions who entered Castellan, the soldiers and freedmen, who were equally tired and hungry and had to escort the captives and walk for another hour or 2 at night back to Turin, were much more miserable. However, This was the first time they participated in a battle, and it was such a large-scale battle. As participants, they were all proud to be able to achieve victory. Not only did they walk with their heads held high, but even their scolding of the captives was sonorous and powerful. They wished they could immediately return to the city and find an acquaintance to boast about their heroic deeds. As captives, the Crotone people were in the most miserable state. In order to prevent them from escaping, all of their armor and clothes were stripped off. They hurried through the night naked. When a gust of sea breeze blew, they, who had long exhausted their body heat, could not stop trembling like a pendulum. Once they slowed down, the spears of the soldiers escorting them would lash at their bodies like whips, and the pain was unbearable. Krebs was also one of the captives. Even though he was lamenting his bad fate after becoming a captive once again, he was still glad that he was still alive compared to his comrades who had either died in battle or drowned. Hence, he comforted his fellow captives and said, "Even though the people of Dionia are despicable, they are trustworthy. As long as we do as they ask, we will definitely be able to return to Crotone alive." Even at night, the people of Turin still came out to greet the victorious troops. After a day of uneasy waiting, they saw the returning soldiers and Crotone prisoners, and they understood that the Dionysian army had won the battle. Unlike Castellan, most of the Turin people were shouting the name Devers to celebrate this hard-earned victory. This was because they knew that it was His Excellency the Consul who stood against the majority in the Senate and triggered this battle ahead of time. That was how they obtained the final victory. The senators heaved a sigh of relief, especially Felicius. As the chief military officer appointed by the Devers to guard Turin, he did not have a single soldier under him. He was constantly worried that the fleet of Crotone would see through their disguise and land at the port. Now, with the return of the 3 reserve brigades and the freedmen, he finally had some confidence. Furthermore, with this crushing defeat, the Crotone might not even be able to protect themselves. How would they dare to land and fight in Dionia's territory? Cunigarata and some of the Turin senators asked the soldiers about the entire battle. As Turin, the Dionia alliance's defeat of the Crotone gave them a sense of pride and satisfaction. That night, all those who participated in the battle, be it the reserve citizens or the freedmen, were regarded as heroes by the people of Dionia. They enjoyed warm cheers and lavish rewards. While they felt proud of themselves, they also strengthened their confidence to become citizens of Dionia. The chief general of Cremissa, Antares, was sleeping soundly at home when he was woken up urgently. When he heard the news of the Crotone army's defeat, he could not believe his ears. Yesterday, he saw with his own eyes the huge fleet of Crotone at the port. There were nearly 40,000 troops. He included the freedmen and slaves who were transporting the supplies. It was an army that Greece had never seen before. They should have swept the Dionia alliance. How did Crotone lose in just one day? How could Dionia have more soldiers than Crotone? Did Tarentum join the battle? Antares, who had countless doubts in his mind, quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the north gate. Eurycbus, Predes, and the others were already waiting there. Under the illumination of the fire, the Crotone people were seen running from the north like stray dogs. Their footsteps were weak, and they were in a trance. Their faces were filled with panic and exhaustion. Their helmets were gone, their breastplates were thrown away, and their shields and spears were nowhere to be seen. They stumbled into the city gate and lay down on the ground. They shouted weakly, "Is there anything to eat? Is there anything to eat?" Seeing the pitiful state of the Crotone people, Antares and the others were instantly worried. Finally, they saw Myron, who had retreated. Although he was also in a sorry state, he was in good spirits. "General Myron, what should we do next?" Antares asked anxiously. This was the question that the Cremissa people were most concerned about at the moment. Myron did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving to death." When Antares and the others saw Myron and the escaping soldiers wolfing down the dry and cold bread, They more or less felt a little disdain in their hearts. Myron was not in the mood to observe what the Cremissa people were thinking. He ate while thinking about how to appease the Cremissa people. After trekking through the swamp, without the enemy chasing after them, he gradually regained his composure. On the way back, while regretting the series of mistakes he made before the battle due to underestimating the enemy, which led to the defeat of the battle, he had been thinking about how to deal with the attack of the victorious Dionia. Koremitza was undoubtedly the most important link to turn the situation around. He wiped the breadcrumbs from his mouth with his hand, stood up and took in the expressions of the people around him. Everyone, I'm sorry, we fell into the ambush of the Dionia. In the battle with them, we suffered a defeat. Although I don't know how many people we lost, it's definitely not less. Countless soldiers struggling in the water appeared in Myron's mind. He clenched his fists in pain, letting his nails dig into his palms until they bled. And the casualties of the Dionia soldiers are much less than ours. What? Everyone was shocked. An army of tens of thousands only caused little damage to the Dionysian army, while they suffered heavy losses. It was unbelievable. How did they fight this battle? Could it be that the Daonians have sent out more soldiers than we have? Or did Tarantum also join the battle? Antares asked anxiously. Myron smiled bitterly. He did not want to tell the truth, but even if he did not, when the Dionia arrived, the Cremissa people would soon find out. By then, they would be even more dissatisfied with the Crotone. It was better to be honest and let the Cremissa prepare early so that both sides could work together. So he told the truth. The Dionia should have sent out about the same number of soldiers as us. Tarantum did not join the battle. Are you Crotone people made of flour? Why are you always so easily defeated by the Dionia? Predes roared angrily. He roared out the thoughts of the Cremissa leaders. The last failure put Cremissa in a difficult position. The Cremissa emissary finally made a promise. They would no longer be enemies with Cremissa, and only then did they rescue the captives. This time, Cremissa broke his promise and helped the Crotone attack Dionia, who had once spared Cremissa. If they failed again, what would Cremissa do? Myron opened his eyes wide and stared at him angrily. When he was young, he was a champion of the Olympia many times. Later, he served as the chief general of the Crotone for a long time. The power that he carried made Predes a little afraid. He avoided Myron's sharp gaze and boldly said, If it wasn't for you Crotone people waging war against Dionia, saying that, we will definitely teach Dionia a painful lesson. We Cremissa trusted our allies. The last agreement between Crotone and Dionia stipulated that Cremissa existed as a neutral city-state. But Cremissa was deeply influenced by Crotone and thought of itself as an ally of Crotone. That was why they declared war against Dionia. Now you have lost, and lost so miserably. What will Cremissa do now? That's right. If it wasn't for your coercion, how would we dare to provoke Dionia? Someone in the crowd echoed loudly. What coercion? You Crimeans still want to follow the Crotone and gain some benefits from Dionia. Myron sneered in his heart, but he could not say this out loud. Otherwise, it would only intensify the conflict. So what do you want? To negotiate with Dionia? Myron looked around at the crowd and solemnly said, Now that Dionia has the upper hand, they will only want more. Will the Devers slaughter the people of Cremissa after they take down the city of Cremissa to avenge their mercenary comrades? Will they turn Cremissa into a city-state controlled by them like Nudum? After Myron finished, the faces of the people of Cremissa, including Adalos, turned ugly. Chapter 2:16. Although Crotone has lost the battle, we can at least organize another 10,000 to 20,000 militia. If Dionia wants to attack the city, we will definitely give them a heavy blow. At that time, Dionia will not be able to attack for a long time and can only ask for peace talks. By then, we will have the upper hand. Maybe during the defense of Cremissa, we can find some opportunities to attack and defeat Dionia. After Myron finished, everyone fell into deep thought. Euripus said, So, Cremissa will become a battlefield again. This sentence reminded the leaders of Cremissa, but Myron quickly continued, "Yes, Castellan is the key to the next war, but it will be the Crotone soldiers who will defend it. If the people of Castellan feel that it is dangerous here, they can take a boat to Crotone to take shelter. We will provide them with good living conditions until the war is over. If there is any damage to houses and property in the city, Crotone will also pay compensation." Myron's thought was very thorough, leaving everyone speechless. His words also hinted at these people that Castellan was full of Crotone soldiers. Even if they wanted to negotiate with Daionia in private, they had to ask the spears and shields of the Crotone soldiers if they agreed. If they angered Crotone, the situation would only get worse. "General Myron, Cremissa will fully support you in fighting against Daionia here." Antares quickly made a clear statement on behalf of the council. The next morning, the Devers and 2 legions and 2 reserve battalions, totaling about 16,000 people. This referred to the number of combat soldiers, not including the engineering battalion, medical battalion, supply battalion, cavalry, trumpeters, and drummers, marched to Cremissa. In the morning, the Dionysian army arrived at the swamp area. Devers left an engineering battalion behind to inspect the geography of the swamp, fill it up as soon as possible, build roads, and build bridges over the Racoli River so that future convoys could pass through smoothly. At the same time, they also had to take into account the construction of the Castellan Cremissa Avenue. In order to prevent the Crotone from attacking, he left 2 reserve troops to build a camp here. Apart from protecting the construction camp and the citizens of Castellan who were involved in the construction, they also had to protect the transport line. Then, the Devers took the lead and crossed the swamp area with the soldiers. In the afternoon, the Dionysian army entered Cremissa territory. At this time, the 5,000 Crotone soldiers on the city wall of Cremissa were already waiting. The Devers rode to the city of Cremissa. After observing for a while, they gave up the idea of attacking immediately and ordered to set up camp. The leader of the siege battalion immediately came to ask the Devers about the requirements of the camp. The Devers pointed at the city of Cremissa and said, "Surround it from the north first." The leader of the engineering battalion understood and immediately led the engineers to inspect the terrain, water sources, calculate the area of the camp according to the number of soldiers, and so on, and choose a location for the camp. Not long after, he and his subordinates began to insert a thin wooden pole every 20 meters from the city walls. Under the orders of the 2 commanders, Capus and Drax, other than the 2 troops in charge of guarding and Led's cavalry, the rest of the soldiers immediately became construction workers. Some were responsible for cutting wood, some for digging trenches, and some for building mud walls. The entire army started working in an orderly manner. Even the Devers picked up their pickaxes and joined in the digging. Myron noticed that the Dionysian army did not attack the city immediately. He was disappointed, but also a little relieved. However, the scene of the Dionysian army building camp was so lively and spectacular, and the camp being so close to the city was beyond his expectations. He could not help but have an idea: sneak out of the city to attack. However, the 2 heavily armed heavy infantry of Daionia and the cavalry patrolling under the city made him give up the idea. He did not think that the Crotone soldiers, who had just experienced a defeat, would have the courage to leave the city and fight with a large number of Daionia in the field. He could see that the Daionia wanted to surround Castellan, but as long as they could buy time, he would agree with the other party's plan. The Daionia were very efficient in building their camp. By dusk, they had dug a trench that was 3 miles long and built mud walls, encircling the east, west, and north sides of Castellan. Now, some soldiers set up deer abatis in front of the trench, while others built tents inside the mud walls. Originally, the engineering battalion's pack carts had wood that could be quickly disassembled and assembled, allowing them to quickly build camp gates, sentry towers, and fences. This was the modular suggestion proposed by the Devers to the engineering battalion, and the result of repeated experiments by the engineers and carpenters. However, because the pack carts would easily sink into the mud in the swamp area, they could not be transported to Cremissa in time. Even so, Myron was amazed. Of course, he did not know that the military training program of Dionia specifically included building a camp. Seeing that the soldiers were even more nervous and uneasy, he finally made up his mind. Late at night, he decided to send 500 soldiers to attack the camp and create chaos while the Dionia were asleep from the long march and the tiredness of building the camp. Even if it was just a small setback, it would boost the low morale of the enemy. According to the observation of the warships at sea during the day, the north side of the Dionia camp was also dug a trench. Myron was afraid of landing on the coast to the north of the Dionia camp. If he was discovered, he would not be able to return, so he chose the south side of the camp near the sea. The 500 Crotone soldiers quietly approached the Dionia camp. When they were carefully passing through the area of the Deer Abattis, they were discovered by the hidden sentries hiding behind the mud walls with the light of the torches inserted in the mud walls. He quickly sneaked back to the tent and quietly woke up the platoon leader, and then the others in the tent one by one. Laris, you've done well. Now, take my nameplate and rush to the rear camp. Inform the cavalry that there's an enemy attack here. The platoon leader, Septimus, praised the recruit who was still a probationary citizen. At the same time, he handed him an egg-sized iron statue of a 3-headed dog engraved with the legion, company, and division numbers. Yes, sir. Laris turned and ran out. Septimus ordered his men to continue to inform the other divisions and the company leader, Troturas, while he led a few soldiers to the bottom of the barricade to check the situation. When he found that there were not many enemies, he had an idea. The Crotone soldiers passed through the Deer Abattis area, climbed over the trenches, and climbed over the barricade. When they saw that there was still no movement in the enemy camp, they could not help but become excited. They began to light the kindling they carried with them. There was still some distance between the enemy's tent and the barricade, so they continued to move forward cautiously. Suddenly, the sawls of the soldiers, walking in front, suddenly sank. The sunken sawls were immediately pierced by sharp objects, and they could not help but scream. It turned out that behind the barricade, the Dionia soldiers had also set up obstacle belts. When the enemy broke through the camp walls, they could slow down the enemy's speed so that they could rearrange their defenses and counterattack. Taking advantage of the enemy's panic, the Dionia soldiers ran out from the back of the tent and threw a dense barrage of javelins at the Crotone soldiers. Many of them screamed and fell. The rest of the soldiers no longer had the courage to fight. They turned and fled in horror. The Dionia soldiers continued their pursuit through the safe passage of the obstacle belt. In the silence of the night, the sound of fighting was exceptionally clear. The Devers were woken up by the noise. They quickly put on their clothes and went out of the tent. Just then, the captain of the guards, Marcius, rushed to report. Report, Lord Commander, the Crotone soldiers launched a sneak attack and were repelled by the 2nd Legion's 3rd Brigade. Lett's cavalry has already launched an attack. I believe the enemy will not be able to escape. The Devers nodded. Immediately, a map of the distribution of the various legions, brigades, and companies in the camp appeared in his mind. The 2nd Legion's 3rd Brigade is Geogri's brigade, right? I remember that his brigade is located at the easternmost side of the camp, near the estuary. Yes, Lord Commander. Geogri's brigade performed well. They strictly implemented the sentry duty system of the military law. After discovering the enemy, they responded quickly. They should be rewarded. The sentries who discovered the enemy in time should be rewarded. The Devers turned to the clerk, Aristocratic, who had just arrived. Aristocratic quickly recorded it down and reported it to the military judge the next day. How are the other brigades doing? The Devers asked again. All the brigades were notified in time. They didn't cause any big movements, Marcius replied. The Devers was very satisfied with the smooth and orderly communication between the troops in the dark. Their strict daily training had played a role. He smiled and said, Crotone wants to learn from us and carry out sneak attacks. Unfortunately, we are not Crotone. Everyone Go to sleep and rest well. We still have work to do tomorrow." With that, he turned around and entered the tent. Soon he fell asleep. Marcius said a few words to the guards guarding the tent and then left. Only Aristocratic, who was new to the battlefield, could not calm down. He stared at the blazing brazier in front of the tent and spaced out for a while. It was stipulated in the military law of Dionia that a brazier should be erected in front of the tent of the supreme commander of the camp at night. According to the Devers' explanation, first, it was for the convenience of reporting the situation at night. Second, it was for the soldiers who were in chaos to be able to find the location of the commander at a glance when there were accidents such as night attacks or howls in the camp. This would help to stabilize their morale and reorganize the troops. In short, the commander was the source of the morale and hope of the entire army. Being able to see the commander's tent anytime and anywhere in the dark helped to eliminate their fear of the dark. Listening to the soft snoring of the Devers in the tent and feeling the heat from the brazier, the anxiety in Aristocratic's heart quickly dissipated. Out of the 500 men who left the city, only a few dozen managed to escape the encirclement of the Dionia cavalry and escaped back to the city. After Myron found out, he was stunned for a long time. The seemingly simple and incomplete camp of the Dionia was so heavily guarded that it was beyond his expectations. This lesson finally made him throw away his last hope and admit from the bottom of his heart that the troops of Dionia were well trained. Chapter 217. Just as the Dionysian army arrived at the city of Cremissa, the news that the Crotone army had lost the battle and suffered heavy casualties. Only 5,000 of them managed to escape back to Cremissa, reached Ciudad Crotone, shocking the entire city. The first defeat was due to Melantius' carelessness and the shameless sneak attack of the Amandorians. This time, Crotone had built a much stronger army than the last, and they had Chief General Myron, whom they trusted and was equally experienced and reliable as the commander-in-chief. They thought they could redeem themselves, but the news that came back was even more depressing. The Crotone army suffered another crushing defeat, and more than 20,000 of them did not escape. Did they die in battle, or were they captured? So far, there was no news. This time, every citizen's family in Crotone was worried about the life and death of their loved ones. At the same time, their pent-up anger erupted under the guidance of Dionia's spies. The citizens gathered and protested at the city hall, urging for an immediate citizens' meeting. Faced with the angry citizens who barged into the hall, the council was forced to respond to the citizens' demands, and the citizens' meeting was hastily held. At the meeting, the citizens angrily criticized the incompetence of the council's generals and councilors, which caused the Crotone army to lose again and again, putting the city in danger. They proposed to remove Chief General Myron from his position and bring him back to the city for trial. At the same time, they immediately started peace talks with Dionia and ransomed the captured public militia. The proposal was passed with the support of the majority of citizens. At this time, a messenger sent by Myron rushed back to Crotone, bringing a request that Dionia's army has surrounded Crimea. Myron requests reinforcements. This news immediately sent the citizens' meeting into a panic. As long as one was not an idiot, everyone understood that once Dionia seized Cremissa, they could smoothly enter the Crotone plains, destroy their farmlands, burn their villages, and advance directly to Ciudad Crotone. If the battle were to turn out this way, it would mean that the Crotone plains would be invaded by enemies from the north after the invasion of Cyprus 100 years ago. The peaceful lives of the people of Crotone plains for the past 100 years would be broken. This was unacceptable to the people. Reinforce Cremissa and defend the city of Cremissa became the consensus of Crotone citizens, but all of the young citizens in the city had basically been transferred away. If they wanted to send more soldiers, they could only relax the military service age of 18 to 50 and recruit free citizens at the same time. Fortunately, they were only defending the city. As long as they knew how to shoot arrows and throw javelins, it would be fine. This was precisely what the free people and sailors were good at. so it was not a problem to gather a considerable number of reinforcements. But the generals were a problem because all the citizens who could fight were in Myron's army, including Myron himself. The citizens debated for a long time and finally reached an agreement. They elected a few candidates, but the ones who were chosen refused to take up their posts. When the people criticized them, they argued, even people like Myron and Philadelphus, who are good at fighting, have failed. How can people like us, who rarely go to the battlefield, command an army that lacks citizen soldiers to resist the attack of the Daionia? It's not that we don't want to take responsibility and fulfill our obligations as citizens, but we are worried that we can't be competent for this important position and let our city suffer another disaster. After they finished speaking, the citizens' assembly of thousands of people suddenly fell into a dead silence. The people of Crotone, who were good at fighting, were in a predicament where they had no generals to use. At this time, Lucius stood up and said in a deep voice, "Citizens, you all know that Myron and I often have disputes because of some issues, and our relationship is not good. But I also have to respect Myron's contribution to the city. He has led the army to repel the invasion of the Alliance by the Brudi many times, and twice forced Rockley to withdraw from the territory of Coruña. This is also an important reason why you have elected him as the chief general so many times. To be honest, his military talent has always made me very jealous, but now he has failed. Myron, who has always won more than he lost, and is steady in doing things, has actually suffered a crushing defeat in the battle that decides the fate of the city. Do you believe that he was careless and treated this important battle as a game?" Nicias' words made the impatient citizens fall into deep thought. Of course not. This can only mean that the military talent of the Consul Devers of Daionia is stronger. Yes, at this point, this is a fact that any person of Crotone has to admit and face bravely. Nicias sighed and said loudly again, "After the defeat half a year ago, I think you all should understand this person, the Devers. Since he led the mercenaries to Turiai, he has won all the battles that he personally commanded, and several times he won with fewer troops. That's why there is today's Daionia alliance. Now, is there a citizen of Crotone who is more capable than Myron, who is more capable of fighting against the Consul Devers of Daionia?" Although the pale citizens whispered and whispered to each other, no one stood up to recommend themselves. If there isn't, why not let Myron continue to lead the army? I believe that Myron, who has already suffered a defeat, will definitely learn from this, and for the sake of Crotone, and for himself, defend Cremissa with all his might. Citizens, Crotone is facing its biggest crisis in 100 years. I hope that you can put aside your likes and dislikes for others, and out of the public will, elect the right person to defend our city." Nicias shouted. His words were obviously effective. In a new round of elections in the citizen assembly, Myron became the commander-in-chief with a small majority of votes, but his position as chief general was stripped, and he would have to be interrogated after the war ended. Having obtained a satisfactory result, Nicias' expression was not relaxed, because he knew that he would soon meet with the Devers again as an emissary. In just a few days, the whole situation had been reversed. Nicias still remembered what the Devers had said when he left Turiai, and now it had come true. Early the next morning, the Dionysian army did not attack, but continued to improve the camp. Not only did they set up traps in front of the camp, but some soldiers had also begun to build wooden bridges over the Umbria River to protect the construction camp. Myron witnessed all this from the city wall, and he was surprised. The Devers, who had been cunning with their troops, could actually calm down and continue to build the camp. Were they really going to besiege him? He hesitated again and again, but in the end he did not dare to send the few troops he had to attack. In the afternoon, Myron was finally relieved. The 5,000 reinforcements of Crotone were transported to the city of Cremissa through the fleet, making the number of troops in the city more than 10,000. At the port, he also saw Nicias disembarking with the soldiers, and his expression changed. "The council really sent you for peace talks?" "No, Myron." Nicias' negative answer made Myron breathe a sigh of relief, and he immediately said, "The Citizens' Assembly sent me for peace talks." At the mention of the Citizens' Assembly, Myron's expression became even uglier. He said solemnly, "I don't think the people of Dionia, who have the upper hand, will agree to a truce and peace talks at this time. Even if they agree, the conditions they put forward must be very harsh." "You're right, but the people of Crotone are eager to know the safety of their loved ones. I have no choice but to come. However, it is also necessary to try to understand the demands of the people of Dionia first." Nicias shrugged helplessly. Hearing Nicias' words, Myron's face twitched. He coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "I heard that at the Citizens' Assembly it was your speech that saved me from being escorted back to my country now. In fact, like the other people, I can't wait for you to be put on trial and vent the anger of those who died in this battle. But Crotone urgently needs you now, for the sake of the city and for your own sake. I hope you can win a few battles in the next battle and lay a good foundation for future peace talks." Nicias' sincere words made Myron feel ashamed. He did not speak, but just clenched his fists. Then Nicias, accompanied by Myron, went to the top of the city wall. He held the battlements and looked forward. Not far below the city was the camp of Dionia. From east to west, there was a continuous line of tents. Not only were they neatly arranged, one camp after another, but there were also trenches, mud walls, fences, sentry towers, and so on. Even Nicias, who did not know much about military affairs, could feel the tight security of the Dionia camp from the top of the city wall. Myron saw that Nicias' expression was solemn, so he said, "I think these Dionia people are really not like the Greeks. We Greeks like to fight, but we don't like to do these dirty and tiring jobs after battle." But as soon as the Dionia people arrived here, they kept digging holes and building nests like rats. It only took them a little more than a day to build this big camp. They even caused me to suffer when I sent hundreds of soldiers to attack them last night. Now they are still building a bridge over the river. They must want to build a camp on the south bank as well to completely besiege Cremissa. Myron paused for a moment and said loudly, "Now that we have this batch of reinforcements, I want to teach the arrogant Dionia a lesson." The troops who were ordered to cross the river to the south bank to protect the construction camp and build the bridge were the 2nd and 3rd Brigades of the 1st Legion. The commander was Martones. This was Martones' active request to the Devers. In the last battle, he was the commander of the reserve team and almost did not get to fight. This time he wanted to perform well. Chapter 218. Martones cursed the cowardly Crotone soldiers and helplessly allowed some of the soldiers to participate in the construction of the bridge. The Umbria River was neither too wide nor too deep, and with sufficient manpower, the soldiers on both sides of the river were about to finish building a wooden bridge under the direction of the engineers according to the steps in the military law. However, Martones received a report from the cavalry scouts. About 8,000 Crotone light infantry were attacking him. His listless face was suddenly filled with vigor. "Brothers, get up, there's a war coming." The kind of person led the kind of soldiers. The soldiers who had been lying on the ground and resting immediately stood up, put on their equipment, and quickly approached the earthen rampart, looking out excitedly. The soldiers who were building the bridge also heard the news and quickly rushed back. Not long after, they saw the figures of the Crotone soldiers. After Myron fled back to Cremissa, he specifically asked the few surviving soldiers under Philadelphus and came to a shocking conclusion. Philadelphus' army was defeated by the light infantry of Dionia. Now he had the advantage of having fewer heavy infantry and more light infantry, which was why he decided to learn the enemy's tactics. He even let some of the sailors from the fleet docked at the port of Cremissa join the expedition. 8,000 men came ashore from the south bank of the Umbria River. Under his leadership, they marched along the Umbria River and attacked the garrison on the south bank of Dionia. Seeing the trenches and earthen walls built by the Dionia soldiers, Myron laughed. The Dionia soldiers had tied their hands and feet which was more conducive to the light infantry's attack. 200 meters away from the Daionia soldiers, he spread out his troops and surrounded the temporary defensive camp of Daionia, which had its back to the Umbria River and was in a semicircular shape. At his command, the archers advanced to within 100 meters and began to throw arrows. For the Daionia heavy infantry, who were protected by the mud wall, the rain of arrows did not cause much damage to them. They only needed to place their round shields on the wall to cover their heads. The Daionia soldiers even joked, "The Crotone must know that we're running out of arrows in the last battle, so they're kind enough to send us arrows." However, the Daionia heavy infantry's relaxed mood soon disappeared. The Crotone light infantry continued to advance. At a distance of about 50 meters, the accuracy of their arrows greatly increased. Of course, the heavy infantry of Aurea, who had round shields and mud walls to protect them, did not suffer much damage. However, when Crotone's javelin throwers continued to advance 20 to 30 meters forward, the Daionia heavy infantry began to feel the pressure. Of course, crouching behind the mud wall would not cause them any damage. In any case, the enemy was light infantry and would not dare to fight them head-on. However, being a coward was not Metoni's style. Moreover, once they hid behind the mud wall, they would not be able to understand the enemy's movements at all. What if the enemy bypassed the defense line and went down the river to burn down the wooden bridge that was under construction? Metoni's was now the commander of the South Coast troops. He knew what his responsibility was. Javelin. He roared and stood up from behind the mud wall. He quickly put down his round shield and leaned back. Without a running start, he threw the javelin in his hand more than 20 meters away, piercing through the chest of a Crotone javelin thrower. He then immediately crouched down. The Daionia soldiers who had been suppressed by the archers immediately began to fight back when they received Metoni's order. Countless javelins flew over the mud wall and the trenches, piercing into the Crotone formation and splattering blood everywhere. The arrows and javelins of Crotone also rained down on the Daionia heavy infantry. The casualties on both sides began to increase. Myron stood in front of the archers and observed the development of the battle. He began to understand the benefits of using a large number of light infantry to attack the heavy infantry. Unfortunately, the Daionia heavy infantry were not the traditional Greek heavy infantry. The javelins they threw caused great damage to the Crotone's javelin throwers, who had weak defense. There was a large difference in the casualty ratio between the two sides. However, Myron believed that it was worth it to trade a few light infantry for heavy infantry. The Crotone did not lack free sailors, but they lacked citizens who could serve as heavy infantry. Captain Epitines, the enemy on the south coast, is attacking fiercely. Captain Metoni's hopes for reinforcements. The messenger brought Metoni's message. Got it. Epitines frowned and replied. He thought for a moment and said, Apialex. Yes, sir. I want you to lead the catapults and cross the river immediately to support Metoni's. Epitines looked at his captain and ordered, Remember, do not enter Metoni's camp. The narrow camp will make it impossible for you to avoid the attack of Crotone's large number of light infantry. You have to go around the enemy's perimeter and attack them with the long range of the catapults. Understood, Captain. Apialex quickly gathered his men. The structure of the light infantry brigade in the Legion of Dionysia, the 7th Brigade, was different from that of the heavy infantry. According to the military law, the heavy infantry brigade had 5 companies under its jurisdiction. Each company had 200 people, for a total of 1,000 people. As for the light infantry brigade, although it also had 1,000 people, there were only 3 companies. They were the stone throwers' company, the archers' company, and the javelin soldiers' company. The number of people under each company was not fixed. This was because light infantry was more skilled than heavy infantry. Javelin throwers were better, but archers and catapults would not be able to become light infantry without long-term training. Therefore, the composition of the light infantry brigade in the Legion of Dionysia was based on the actual situation of the area it was in. For example, the Light Infantry Brigade in the 1st Legion had about the same number of people, but its javelin throwers were actually Thracian light shieldsmen. The 2nd Legion was mainly made up of Turiae citizens. Most of them were freedmen and sailors, so they had more archers and some light shieldsmen. The Legio III was mainly made up of Licarians, so they had more javelin throwers. Since the formation of the light infantry was loose and flexible, and they rarely came into direct contact with the enemy, it did not affect the commander too much. Captain Apialex took the catapults with him. Will the Crotone warships that are anchored in the river sea that our numbers have dwindled, and seize the opportunity to go up the river and destroy the wooden bridge we just built? Zenaris said worriedly, I really hope they come. Even if we have fewer soldiers, I'm confident we can destroy them. We can't attack or retreat like we are now. We can't go and help our comrades on the other side of the river. Epthenis said angrily, since they won't come, we can just attack them. One of Epthenis' bodyguards, a handsome young man, interrupted. Epithenes gently slapped him on the back of the head and laughed. Idiot, the place where the enemy's warships are anchored is low on the riverbank. If we attack those warships there, it'll be like attacking the enemy on the city wall. We'll suffer great losses while the enemy suffers little. Why would I fight when I know I'll be at a disadvantage? We're on high ground, and there's a barricade on the river. Would the enemy do something so stupid when they know they'll be attacked if they row here? The handsome bodyguard retorted. Epthenis was speechless for a moment. He then nudged the bodyguard and laughed. Not bad, you've improved a lot. Then he sighed helplessly. It seems like we're stuck with the enemy's warships. I thought it would be a simple task for the commander to ask us to protect the wooden bridge, but now it seems like it's really troublesome. While Myron and Martones were fighting, the Devers had already received the news. Although they were surprised that Myron dared to attack with only light infantry, they were not worried. Inform Leds that his cavalry will temporarily be under the command of the 1st Legion. I believe that Capys will be able to force the enemy to retreat soon. Capys, the commander of the 1st Legion, who had received the Devers' permission, immediately mobilized 3 heavy infantry battalions and a cavalry unit to cross the river quickly. He wanted to circle to the rear of the Crotone and cut off their retreat. However, when Myron learned that Dionia's reinforcements were about to arrive, he decisively ordered a retreat since he had the upper hand. The battle ended hastily. Of the 2,000 heavy infantry led by Martones, 500 were killed or wounded. Most of them were injured. More than 700 of Myron's 8,000 men were killed or wounded. But Martones thought that he had suffered a loss, while Myron thought that Crotone had won a small victory because they had dealt a blow to the arrogance of the Dionia, which would definitely slow down their progress in building their camp and besieging Cremissa. But when Myron returned to the city, he immediately received bad news. A large army was coming from the north and was entering the Dionia camp. They must be the reinforcements from Nudum. Myron immediately became nervous. In fact, not only did 5,000 soldiers from Nudum enter the Dionia camp, but there were also 3,000 soldiers from Laus's alliance, which brought the frontline strength of Dionia to 22,000. The Dionia camp, which was already in high morale, was now filled with cheers. The Devers went out of the camp to welcome Laus's consul, Avenogus, as well as the Legio III's 1st Brigade, Captain Bagul, adjutant assists, 2nd Brigade Captain Lazu, and many other senior officers. Lord Commander, we're late. Assists bowed respectfully and said apologetically. Chapter 219. Sir Commander, don't worry and leave the rest of the battle to us. Our brothers of Legio III have long been eager to participate in the battle and make contributions. Bagul patted his chest and said loudly, Don't worry, there are plenty of battles for you to participate in. The Devers said jokingly, You should report to your Legion commander first. He, the Legion commander who is short of soldiers, misses you so much that he's calling your names in his dreams. Everyone laughed. Even the usually expressionless Hieronymus grinned at this time. Sir Avenogis, thank you for your full support for Dionia. You personally led the army to participate in the battle. The Devers stepped forward and saluted Avenogis to express their sincere gratitude. It's my Lao's responsibility as a member of the Dionia Alliance to send troops to participate in the battle. Avenogis hurriedly returned the salute and said, In Turin, I heard that Sir Devers once again defeated the Crotone army's brilliant record. This is another miracle of winning with fewer troops. Sir Devers's military talent amazes me. I believe that the warriors of Laos will follow Dionia to obtain more victories. As long as we, the Dionia Alliance, are united as one, there will be no lack of victories. The Devers replied passionately. You're right, Sir Devers. Avenogis immediately nodded in agreement. At this time, assists interrupted. Sir Commander, I almost forgot one thing. When we led the army through the swamp area, the engineering battalion was almost done repairing the road through the swamp area. They will be able to transport the supplies here tomorrow. That's great, the Devers said happily. Following the Devers into the big tent were 1st Legion Commander Capus, 2nd Legion Commander Drax, Legio 3 Commander Hieronymus, Legio 3 1st Battalion Commander Bagul, 3rd Legion Commander Adjutant Assists, and Lars Consul Avenogis. In the middle of the big tent was an unusually smooth wooden table with a large map of southern Greece drawn on it. Capus, please introduce the latest battle situation to the newly arrived comrades, said the Devers. Yes, sir. Capus came to the wooden table and found the Cromissa mark on the map. He pointed at it and said, After the Crotone army was defeated in the battle, according to the information obtained from the interrogation of the captured soldiers, it is estimated that about 7,000 people escaped from the battlefield. They probably escaped back here. Capus glanced at the people who were listening to him carefully and continued. After that, our 1st and 2nd legions, a total of 14,000 people, rushed outside the city of Cromissa, built camps, and surrounded Cromissa from the east, west, and north. Today, when we were building a bridge over the Umbria River, the troops on the south bank were attacked by nearly 7,000 light infantry, which means that Cromissa received reinforcements from Crotone within a day. The number of troops in the city may have reached 14,000, and your arrival has brought the total number of our soldiers to 22,000. Avenogis and the rest gathered around the wooden table, listening to Capus while staring at the map. I'm afraid it will be difficult for 22,000 people to take down a city defended by 14,000 soldiers, Avenogis said based on his past experience. We don't have to take down Cromissa. Capus's words stunned the newcomers. If we don't take down Cromissa, how are we going to attack Crotone? Bagul asked in surprise. Surround it. Capus pressed his right hand on Cromissa on the map and drew a circle. If we attack Cromissa, with Crotone's 14,000 soldiers defending it, not only will we suffer heavy casualties, but if we can't defend Cromissa, Crotone might escape back to Ciudad Crotone by boat and hide in the city, which will make it more difficult for us to attack next. Let them stay and let Cromissa scatter Crotone's troops, and we can split our forces. Capus's finger slid to the south of Cromissa, which was the northern plains of Crotone. Avenogis, Bagul, Assists, and Lazaro stared at the map with their eyes wide open, deep in thought. What if Crotone finds out that we have fewer people and attacks the camp? Avenogis asked worriedly. The others laughed at the same time. We welcome them to come out and have a taste of our Dionia's defenses, Drax said confidently. If we don't attack Cromissa, Crotone might notice our intentions. What if they retreat to Crotone to defend? Assists raised his own question. Who says we won't attack? We will put pressure on Cromissa with appropriate attacks. By the time they realize something is wrong, the troops we sent out will have already messed up Crotone's territory. When they retreat to Crotone, we can easily take down Cromissa. In short, according to the commander, we have to actively mobilize Crotone's troops to run back and forth, so they can't concentrate their forces to fight us. Capys explained. That's great. I think this must be the plan that Master Devers came up with. This is the first time I've seen such an ingenious military plan. We don't have to fight to the death, and we can easily achieve our goal. Avenogis praised half sincerely. His words were unanimously agreed upon by everyone. The Devers smiled and said in a serious tone, Now I'm most worried about one thing, our food supply. The taciturn Hieronymus interjected. For the past 2 days he had been staying with the army's supply camp alone, so he had some understanding of the situation. That's right. The Devers looked at him with admiration and said with a serious expression, The rations the soldiers brought are almost finished. Next, we have to rely on the food from the rear. To meet the needs of 22,000 people, we will need a huge amount of food. The distance between Turiai and Cremissa is nearly 100 miles. We can't protect such a long transportation line. If Crotone realizes this, their warships will be able to land on any coast and attack our supply convoys. They might even destroy our villages and slaughter our citizens. It will be a huge problem for us, so we have to complete our plan as soon as possible so that Crotone can't cope. Hieronymus. Yes. Immediately lead Legio 3 to build a camp on the south bank and besiege Cremissa. Yes. Drax. Yes, sir. Take out 3 brigades from the 2nd Legion and assist Master Avenogis' troops to build a camp on the south bank. I want you to build a preliminary camp by tonight and completely besiege Cremissa. Yes, sir. That afternoon, more than 10,000 Ionia soldiers crossed the wooden bridge and began to take turns to build a camp on the south bank of the Umbria River. Myron did not rashly send out troops to attack. In the evening, the camp on the south bank was initially built. At this point, the Dionia camp was in a huge semicircle surrounding the city of Cremissa, except for the port, which faced the sea and could not be surrounded. The rest was surrounded by the Dionia camp. By the next morning, the Dionia soldiers continued to improve their camp facilities, while the Crotone envoy Lucius arrived at the north camp of Dionia. He was masked and brought into the tent of the Devers. Master Lucius, I'm very sorry. You and I are at war, so we have to use this method. The Devers apologized, but there was no trace of apology on his face. Instead, like a hound that saw fresh meat, he showed an excited look. I remember we just met 4 days ago. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Don't tell me you've brought some harsh conditions to threaten Dionia again? Of course, Lucius heard the strong sarcasm in the Devers' words, but he pretended not to hear it and said directly, Master Devers, I'm here to negotiate peace. Crotone is willing to sign a truce agreement with Dionia and compensate Dionia for their losses in the war. I only hope that the war between Crotone and Dionia can be quelled so that peace and tranquility can be restored to Greece. The Devers laughed. You Crotone people can start a war whenever you want and stop a war whenever you want. Do you think this is a war game for children? Lucius asked calmly. So what conditions are there for Dionia to accept a truce? Conditions? The Devers snorted coldly, dispelling the impulsiveness on his face. He paced back and forth a few steps, and when he looked at Lucius again, his bright eyes had regained their usual shrewdness. Do you remember what I said when you left last time? My conditions are the same as the conditions you mentioned in the great hall of the Senate of Turiai. It's very simple. Hearing this, Lucius' heart skipped a beat. First, Crotone must compensate Dionia 5,000 talent silver in a lump sum. Second, the Crotone alliance must be dissolved, and Crotone must not ally with any other city-states in the future. Third, Cremissa must be incorporated into the Dionia alliance. After listening to each condition, Lucius' face turned uglier. In the end, he shook his head decisively. Your conditions are too harsh. The Crotone alliance will not accept them. It's better if they don't accept them. The soldiers of Dionia still want to win more victories to get more rewards from the alliance. The Devers looked indifferent, but his words contained more threats. Chapter 220. We'll just have to wait and see, Divers said with a relaxed smile. He did not take Lysias' threat seriously at all. But I have to remind you that the next time you come, the conditions I propose won't be as good as the ones I'm proposing now. Also, I want to remind you that Crotone's enemies are not just Ionia alone. If the war continues, who knows what will happen? Lucius was shocked when he heard this. At noon, the first batch of food caravans arrived at the barracks. The Devers breathed a sigh of relief and brought a letter written by Cunigurata. The letter mentioned that the emissary of Rockley had arrived in Turiae and proposed to the Senate that Rockley and Ionia form an alliance against Crotone. The Senate did not reply for the time being, citing the absence of the consul. The emissary was tired from the journey and fell ill with a high fever. He was being treated in the hospital and could not go south to find the Devers in a short time. Cunigurata put forward his opinion at the end of the letter. Regardless of whether the consul has the confidence to deal with Crotone independently or not, please take into account that the strength of Rockley's city-state is second only to Crotone. It has the strong support of Syracuse. Destroying or severely weakening Crotone will allow Rockley to take the opportunity to annex Crotone's allies. This will create a stronger enemy for Dionia. The Devers read it several times and then picked up another letter. This was a confidential letter from Aristaeus and was delivered to the Devers through a special channel. The letter mainly mentioned some of the things that happened in Turiae over the past few days, including the arrival of Rockley's emissary. In addition, it also mentioned what happened around Ionia. For example, after Consul Diomedes of Tarentum led his army to take down Manduria, he let Urchita lead his army to attack Brindisi and continued to fight fiercely with the Messapi. Potentia was gathering the surrounding tribes and seemed to be preparing to attack the Grimentum south. The last piece of news attracted the Devers' great attention. General Dionysius of Syracuse led 80,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 400 warships to fight Carthage, including the war between Dionia and Crotone. The entire Greek world of the western Mediterranean was at war at the beginning of the year. 80,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, 400 warships. The Devers' eyes widened as he carefully confirmed the numbers on the letter. Although he knew that Syracuse was the most powerful Greek state in the western Mediterranean, the powerful strength it showed at the moment still made the Devers' heart jump. After all, Syracuse was located on Sicily, but it was not far from Turiae. It could be reached in 2 or 3 days by boat. When Thyaron, the brother of the dictator Dylan, who created the glory of Syracuse, succeeded as the tyrant, there was a precedent of interfering in the internal affairs of other Greek city-states. The Devers could not help but be vigilant. He picked up Cunigurata's letter again, read it carefully again, and then pondered for a long time. After Lysias returned to Cremissa, he naturally talked to Myron about his talks with the consul Devers of Dionia. Myron was angry that the people of Dionia dared to put forward such harsh conditions for peace talks to Crotone. At the same time, he felt extremely guilty. For the whole morning, Myron observed the situation of the Dionia barracks on the city wall, thinking about ways to defeat the enemy. Whether it was on the south coast or the north coast, the soldiers of Dionia continued to build camps and continued to move the defensive line forward. Trenches, antlers, traps, and so on related intervals, giving people the feeling that it was not them who wanted to attack Cremissa, but the people of Crotone who wanted to attack them. Myron sometimes lamented, what means did the commander of the Dionysian army use to make such brave, ruthless, and opinionated militia willingly continue to do such hard and dirty work? If it were the soldiers of Crotone, they would have quit long ago and caused trouble. At noon, the commander of Crotone's fleet, Ascamas, arrived at the port of Cremissa. Myron finally got excited because Ascamas, one of the 10 generals of Crotone, was also a good friend of Myron and a representative of the radicals. Myron believed that he would agree to his plan and help him. After sending off Ascamas and receiving his affirmative reply, Myron could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to lie down and rest for a while, a guard came in to report that the enemy outside the north gate was moving. Before this, the soldiers of Dionia had been working a few hundred meters away from the north gate, but now they had advanced to within 100 meters. They were just outside the shooting range of the Crotone light infantry on the city wall. They began to flatten the ground, tamp down the soil, and tidy up a large piece of flat land. At the same time, there were heavily armed light infantry on both sides of them to prevent the defenders from sneaking out of the city. There were no catapults in this era. At such a distance, with the moat and the city wall as a barrier, it was impossible for them to cause any harm to the city of Crimea. Therefore, the soldiers of Crotone watched curiously from the city wall without much nervousness. Myron was also watching all this. He was already a little tired, and he also wanted to know what the Dionia people were trying to do. The soldiers of Dionia began to carry tree trunks that were 4 or 5 meters long and place them on the edge of the flat land. They drove the tree trunks into the soil at intervals, then connected and fixed them with ropes. Soon, a wooden frame about 30 meters long and 5 meters wide was made. Are the Dionia people trying to build houses here? Aren't they afraid that we'll burn them down? A soldier of Crotone joked, immediately causing a burst of laughter. The soldiers of Dionia carried heavy sacks on their backs and placed them one by one on the edge of the wooden frame. The sacks were stacked neatly. Ha ha ha! I think the people of Dionia not only want to build houses, they also want to make bread, because those are sacks used to carry grain flour. Another soldier of Crotone made a witty remark, causing another burst of laughter. As there were thousands of soldiers of Dionia involved in the work, they built a wall with sacks in the blink of an eye. The height of the wall quickly reached the same height as the city wall of Crimea, and it was still growing. Seeing this, Myron's expression changed drastically. His adjutant next to him shouted, "Oh no, the enemy is building a high wall to attack us!" Seeing the scene in front of them, the soldiers of Crotone who were watching the scene before them understood what was going on. They began to panic. There were many powerful catapults in the light infantry of Dionia, and their shooting range was already relatively long. Now, the people of Dionia had used a clever method to quickly build a platform that was nearly 2 meters higher than the 4-meter-high city wall of Crimea. This meant that their light infantry could scale the high wall and use the height to attack the soldiers on the wall of Crimea with arrows and stones. Once the enemy attacked the city, their catapults and archers could stand on the high platform and attack the defending soldiers on the wall. This would cause the defenders on the wall to be busy dodging the attacks and have no time to defend the wall. At this moment, Myron was sweating profusely. This platform must be destroyed, but he also knew that the enemy would defend it to the death, so he decided to launch the raid in the evening. Soon he saw the people of Dionia began to dig trenches around the high platform and use the excavated soil to fill the gaps in the middle of the platform. Myron was a little mad. The people of Dionia were simply rats, always thinking about digging holes to save their lives. At dusk, the people of Dionia built a small camp around the high wall. Myron finally gave up on the decision to launch a sneak attack. He did not want to waste the lives of his soldiers on this hopeless operation. In his heart, he already had a trace of intention to leave. Early the next morning, the bugle of the north camp of Dionia sounded. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion carried ladders and formed small phalanxes, forming a fish scale formation 100 meters away from the city wall. Devers stepped on the slope made of soil and stood on the high platform for the first time. He subconsciously stomped his feet twice and felt that it was relatively stable. When he first saw the city of Crimea, he had the idea of building a high platform. The 3-meter-high city wall was indeed too short, but it was not easy to build a wall with soil that was higher than the city wall because it was prone to collapse. Fortunately, the engineers came up with a good idea. They used tree trunks and ropes as a framework, used sacks of soil as support, and then filled it with soil. It was fast and sturdy. Devers looked down from above and could see the situation on the northern wall of Crimea. Seeing that the opposite wall was full of soldiers, Dave said to Epitines, who was next to him, "Can our archers hit the enemy?" "Commander, there's no problem at all," Epitenes said confidently. Devers nodded. "Then let's attack. Fire!" Epitenes ordered, and the archers on the high platform began to shoot the first round of arrows. The catapults at the rear, next to the archers, also began to swing the catapults in their hands. The siege had finally begun. Myron, who was standing on the north wall, was full of fighting spirit. Facing the arrows and flying stones flying towards him, he shouted, "Defend!" On this section of the city wall facing the high platform, he deliberately arranged for heavy infantry to defend the city wall. They all raised their round shields to protect their heads. There was a newly built village on the southern bank of the Krati River in the Sabari Plain. Aghilas was the village chief. This was the lowest official in the current administrative system of Daionia. According to the newly promulgated law, the village chief was elected by the citizens of the village for a term of 1 year. Chapter 221. As a result, in this new village, which was made up of dozens of families who were mostly probationary citizens, Aghilas was elected without a doubt. This was because he was one of the mercenaries who followed the Devers to Turin. During the battle against the Lucania coalition, his left leg was seriously injured, and he became a cripple after he recovered. After the Tua alliance was established, when the Devers came to visit the wounded soldiers, he made a request. He wanted to change the land assigned to him in Amendola to the south bank of the Krati River. Initially, he just wanted to be as far away from his lively comrades as possible, so as not to be reminded of the past. With the influx of people, the farmland on the Zabari plain was developed, and new villages sprang up quickly on the flat and fertile plain like bamboo shoots after a rain. Originally, in the eyes of the dozens of new families, Aghilas was a serious and unapproachable person. However, under the supervision of a notary sent by the Senate, Aghilas was easily elected as the village chief. Only then did everyone know that he was a veteran mercenary who followed Hades, a benevolent consul, and an undefeated General Devers. They immediately looked at him in awe. Aghilas was a serious person. Since he had become the chief of the village, he had to fulfill his duties, maintaining order in the village, resolving disputes between the villagers, educating the villagers on morals and customs, checking the farming in the village, reminding the villagers to participate in military training on time, supervising their military service, paying taxes, recording the population growth, and guarding against epidemics. He was in charge of everything. Every morning, he got up early, walked to every corner of the village with a cane, and sometimes even dragged his injured leg, jumping into the mud with the villagers to repair the canals. After a few months, the entire village praised his performance. When they saw him, they all looked at him with sincere respect, which made him rediscover the meaning of his life and struggle. After the war between Crotone and Daionia, all the adult males in the village went to war. Spring was the planting season, so there was obviously a shortage of labor. Although every family had slaves, agriculture was different from industry. There were not many fields, and the output was not high. Having too many slaves would only waste money and food. When labor was really tight, they could rent slaves to get through the busiest period. Therefore, every family only had 1 or 2 household slaves. Aghilas went to the Turin Senate, registered, and brought back 30 city-state slaves to help the village with farm work. In the whole village, except for Aghilas, the disabled man, the women, the elderly, and the children, the rest were all slaves, mostly strong male slaves. But Aghilas was not worried that these slaves would cause trouble, because the law of the League stipulated that every year, on the celebration day of the founding of the League of the Cities of Daionia, October 30th, a group of city-state slaves who worked hard and performed well would be granted freedom in front of the Temple of Hades. This was a reward for their obedience, and it also showed the mercy of the Hades. Since the law was promulgated, the city-state slaves became more enthusiastic about their work, and their efficiency doubled. For the household slaves in the countryside, it was not easy for farmers to have a slave, and they relied heavily on the slave, so they naturally cherished the slave very much. They often treated the slave like family. The longer the time, the closer the bond between the two parties would be, and the greater the freedom the slave would have. As long as the master was wealthy and could pay the ransom required by the League, many of the slaves would be freed before their master passed away. After being freed, these slaves would often return to their master's house and continue to help with the household chores as servants. With the help of the slaves, the spring plowing of the entire village was done well. Of course, when he was free, Augilaz would comfort the women and the elderly in the village who were worried about their loved ones who were going to war. One day, because the water wheel in the village was broken, Augilaz rushed to the city of Turin early in the morning to find someone to fix it. After making an appointment with a skilled carpenter, he hurried home. As soon as he opened the door, the female slave at home immediately came up to him and told him, "Madam is sleeping now. She didn't vomit today." Only then did Augilaz relax. He had fought on the battlefield for most of his life, and he thought he would die in the wilderness or be alone for the rest of his life. He did not expect that after coming to Greece with the Devers, he would become a citizen of the city, get a share of the land, marry a wife, start a family, and now have children. This was really a blessing from the Hades. When he heard the news from the doctor, he was so happy that he danced with joy. He even used his savings to buy a female slave to take care of his pregnant wife. "Master, please drink some water." The female slave obediently held a wooden cup of water. Augilaz, who felt thirsty, did not drink it immediately. He asked, "Is it boiled?" In the past, Greeks were used to drinking unboiled water, but the skilled Dr. Helpus had repeatedly urged citizens to drink boiled water, insisting that this would reduce the number of illnesses. Augilaz was no stranger to this. When he was marching in Persia, the Devers had been strict with their mercenaries like this. For the sake of his unborn child, he needed to take care of his body. The female slave nodded, and he drank it without worry. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open with a loud sound, and a young boy rushed in. Augilaz stared at him and was about to scold him. The boy said breathlessly, "Uncle Augilaz, I was collecting seashells by the sea. I saw a big ship stop on the beach, and many people got off. They were all armed. Enemies." Augilaz was immediately alerted. He turned around and said to the female slave, "Go to the field and call Pomies back. Then help my wife go north and wait for me at the square of Turiae." "Yes, master." The female slave ran out of the yard. "Child," Augilaz remembered that the boy was called Patroclus. He was naughty and often got beaten by his father, a strong Sasotan. "When you saw those people, was there anyone else on the beach?" "Just me." Augilaz thought for a while and asked, "Can you ride a mule?" "I've ridden other people's cows and mules many times." The clever boy obviously realized the urgency of the situation and told his secret without fear of being scolded. "Do you know the village in the south that's very close to us?" "Yes, I even fought with the children in that village." "Uncle wants you to ride my mule and immediately go there to inform them. Tell them that the enemy is coming and tell them to evacuate. Can you do that?" "Yes." The boy nodded vigorously. "Good boy." Augilaz patted the boy's head with praise. Suddenly he remembered something and took out the village chief's seal, issued by the governor of Turiae, and stuffed it into the boy's hand. "If they don't believe me, show them this." "Okay." The boy nodded again. Augilaz immediately led the young mule out from the pen in the yard. The boy easily jumped onto the mule's back. "Child, remember after you deliver the message, go to the wooden bridge by the Crati River and wait for us," Augilaz said. "Yes, uncle." The boy shook the reins, and the young mule ran out of the yard. Seeing the boy's skillful movements, Augilaz was half relieved. As an old mercenary, he and most of his comrades had similar thoughts. This alliance was built by them with blood and sweat, and they had the responsibility to protect it, not just their own village. Augilaz looked at the house reluctantly, then strode out and limped to the village square to ring the bronze bell and call the villagers to evacuate immediately. Not long after Augilaz led the slaves out of the village with the old and the young. Thick smoke rose behind them. The women screamed and cried bitterly for the burning village. Augilus could still remain calm. Based on his previous plundering experience, he judged that the enemy would not immediately leave the village to chase after them. So he urged the villagers to hurry up, but he clenched his fists tightly. His first new home in the Alliance was destroyed, just like that. This morning, 3 villages in Turiae were destroyed and 15 people were killed, but we did not catch a single enemy. Felicius, you have to think of a way. If this continues, the Victory Square will be filled with people who lost their homes, and then the entire Alliance will fall into panic. Will the citizen soldiers still have the mood to fight? Cunigarata said anxiously. As the chief executive of Tali, he couldn't just watch as Tali, which had just recovered its prosperity, suffer another calamity. Don't worry, Master Cunigarata. Sit down and discuss this slowly. Cornelius comforted him and explained on behalf of Felicius. To be honest, the Crotone are very cunning. They used small warships to land on the coasts of Turiae and Castellan. There were dozens of sailors with bows and javelins on them. The young citizens of our villages have all gone to fight, or else they would not have been so easily ambushed. When these sailors found out that our troops had arrived, they immediately fled back to their ships. We could not catch up even if we wanted to. There are only 3 brigades in the city, and we do not have enough manpower to defend the port of Turiae and take care of Amendola. But the problem must be solved as soon as possible. Cunigarata snorted and said, If we do not have enough manpower, we can consider using the freedmen. Chapter 222. The freedmen ran out of food. Cunigarata asked in shock. The war broke out too suddenly. Many freedmen didn't stock up on food beforehand. By the time they wanted to buy it, the market was already sold out. Felicius looked at the 2 of them. Wasn't the Alliance the culprit? Then use food as payment and let the freedmen continue to fight for the Alliance. Don't always shorten the citizenship period as a reward and make the Alliance's citizenship less valuable. Felicius, the freedmen were able to make great contributions under the consul's leadership and defeat the Crotone's regular army. Even without the consul's leadership, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the invasion of the ordinary sailors of the Crotone fleet, right? Cunigarata asked Felicius stiffly. Felicius didn't mind and said seriously, Of course not. My plan is to have the freedmen form teams of 100 and patrol all the coastlines that can be landed on continuously. At the same time, send a company to the Turiae, Castellan Avenue, and station a company every 5 miles. The patrols and heavy infantry companies will be contacted by scouts. If they encounter a small group of enemies, the patrols should be able to repel them. If they encounter a large number of enemies, the patrols will first stop the enemy's surprise attack. The scouts will inform the nearest heavy infantry company and then rush over to attack the enemy. Cunigarata's expression softened a little. That's a good idea. But I'm afraid our grain supply will be tight again. We'll have to use the treasury's money to buy grain from Heraclea again. Mercies will blame us again, Cornelius said helplessly. How can there be no war without spending money? As long as the consul can obtain the final victory, there will be money. Ever since the victory at the Trevinto River, Cunigarata, who was afraid of war, had more confidence in the Devers. Myron originally thought that the Dionia army would take the opportunity to attack the city with the help of the platform, but the Dionia army and the Crotone soldiers on top of the city wall faced off for an entire morning. Other than the light infantry on the platform, throwing arrows and stones at the city wall, there was no other movement. In the end, even the light infantry stopped attacking because their hands were numb. Such a strange calmness puzzled Myron. Of course, he would not know that the 5,000 Dionia Legio III and the 3,000 Lao soldiers had entered the northern plains of Crotone and began to destroy the farmlands and villages. They were doing the same thing as the sailors of Crotone who landed on land, except that the Devers had a military order in advance. They were not allowed to kill the people of Crotone. Therefore, the soldiers only threatened and drove them away. As early as after the defeat, the Crotone Council had advised the people of the villages in the northern plains to temporarily escape into the city to avoid the flames of war. Because of the spring sowing and the absence of the enemy for 2 to 3 days, the people of Crotone thought that Myron had blocked the Dionia in Cremissa, so most of the people did not evacuate. Now, a large group of Dionia soldiers suddenly appeared in front of them, and the people of Crotone panicked and fled south. In southern Italy, the Crotone plain was comparable to the Sabari plain because of 2 rivers. One was the Neto River, which originated in the mountains of the southern Apennines and flowed from west to east into the Gulf of Taranto. Due to the confluence of many tributaries, the width, depth, and flow of the river were finally greater than the Cretae River on the Sabari plain. The other was the Tecanati River, which also originated in the mountains of the southern Apennines but flowed from north to south into the sea. The 2 rivers, one east and one south, irrigated the Crotone plain and at the same time cut the Crotone plain into a nearly square area. On the side of this core area near the sea was the famous and powerful state of Greece, Crotone. Because Crotone was close to the Gulf of Taranto, it had one of the few deep-water harbors in the Apennines Peninsula. Crotone had fertile plains and excellent harbors. The fundamental reason for the war between Sybaris and Crotone 100 years ago was that Sybaris wanted to destroy its potential rival, while Crotone wanted to dominate the trade in southern Italy. Therefore, a small number of Sybaris people fled to Crotone because of the dispute, which was only the fuse of the war. The strange thing was that the 2 rivers were very close to each other after they flowed out of the mountains. Between them, between the mountains and the plains, there was a city called Asprustum, which was founded by the Brudi. To the west of the northern plains of Crotone was the continuous Apennines mountain range, which was difficult to pass through. However, following the natural valley formed by the Arvo River, a tributary of the Neto River, and trekking northwest, one could reach the only plateau in southern Italy, the Cosenza Plateau. The Brudi people who lived there originally started from the upper reaches of the Arvo River, followed the valley all the way down to Asprustum. However, when Crotone became powerful, it would not allow a city of a different race, only about 20 miles northwest of it, to control the upper reaches of the 2 rivers, to control the northern plains of Crotone, to walk to the south without passing through the Neto River, and to threaten the safety of the Crotone people. Therefore, 100 years ago, Crotone launched an army to attack the city of Asprustum. After several battles, they finally occupied the city and chased the Brudi people back to the Cosenza Plateau. Now, Asprustum had completely become a city of the Greeks. As the colonial city of Crotone, it was completely under the control of Crotone. It and Crotone worked together to protect the safety of Ciudad Crotone. The bad news of Dionia invading the Crotone plains reached Ciudad Crotone, and the people were panicking. Especially Lau's 3,000 soldiers, who were advancing like crazy, were about to reach the northern shore of the Neto River. The guards on the southern shore panicked. In order to prevent the enemy from crossing the pontoon bridges and killing their way to Ciudad Crotone, they set a few pontoon bridges on the river on fire. This caused many fleeing people to stay on the northern shore of the Neto River. While Crotone was ferrying them on boats, Lausa's army had already reached the Neto River. The people of Crotone cried and were forced to flee northwest along the Neto River in a panic. When the Greeks first came to the plains, the Neto River and its many tributaries, as well as the abundant rainfall, had caused swamps here. However, the Greeks had developed draining techniques, and after hundreds of years of management, there were basically no swamps left. However, the escape of the Crotone people was still full of danger because Laos had sent a few groups of soldiers to chase after them. The people of Crotone were frightened and tired. Fortunately, some young people had joined the group. They enthusiastically helped the women carry the heavy things, carried the children, and supported the elderly so that not a single person was left behind. In the end, Lao's soldiers stopped chasing, and the city of Asprustum appeared in front of the fleeing people. General Phagris of Asprustum, who was born as a citizen of Crotone, opened the city gate without hesitation. Nearly 900 fleeing people, covered in dust and panic, were led into the city. At this moment, an urgent report came from the spy. 5,000 Daionia soldiers were attacking the city of Asplustum. When Phagris heard this, he immediately panicked. In the 2 wars with Daionia, more than 6,000 people were transferred from Asplustum to join the battle. It was almost like throwing meat buns at a dog and they never returned. There were only about 700 citizens in the city who could fight. How could they stop the 5,000 Daionia soldiers who defeated the Crotone army in the battle? Phagris, who lacked actual combat experience, had no confidence. When his gaze fell on the panicked, fleeing people in the city, he instantly changed his original plan of immediately escorting them out of the city to reward them and win the favor of the Crotone Council. People of Crotone! People of Crotone! He stood on the stone stairs of the city wall and shouted loudly. However, it was chaotic below, and only a few people paid attention to him. So, the soldiers also began to shout. Finally, the fleeing people quieted down and looked up at the general of Asplustum. People of Crotone, 5,000 people of Daionia are attacking this city. As soon as Phagris said this, the people below became restless. What? The people of Daionia are here. Open the south gate and let us get out of here. The people shouted loudly. Phagris and the soldiers finally calmed them down. Of course you can go, but you have to know that because the Crotone launched 2 wars against the tourists, most of the citizens of Asplustum followed the Crotone army and didn't come back. As a result, there are not many citizen soldiers in the city now. I'm afraid they can't stop the large number of people of Daionia. Asplustum is the northern barrier of the Crotone. Once the people of Daionia occupy it, they can smoothly go south, easily cross the Tecanati River, and enter the central plains of the Crotone. That will be a disaster. I beg you men who can pick up a shield and spear to join our ranks and defend Asplustum. It is to defend the Crotone. Phagris's words were sincere because his home was originally outside the Ciudad Crotone. Asplustum was more like a special demo from the administrative division of Athens, several villages combined, equivalent to a town. Although it had its own council, there was only one general in charge of the city. He was selected from the 10 generals elected by the Crotone every year. Therefore, in an emergency, Phagris, who was also the general of the Crotone, had the right to order the people of Crotone. Chapter 223. After a while, a young man holding a child handed the child to a woman beside him and stood up. The woman pulled him back and whispered with concern, "Be careful!" The young man felt guilty and avoided the woman's gaze. He whispered back, "You too!" With that, he strode out of the crowd. Under his lead, many people also said goodbye to the people beside them and walked out. Phagris patted the young man's shoulder and asked in a comforting tone, "Young man, what's your name?" Printos. Phagris glanced at the woman holding the child and comforted him. "Don't worry. When the enemy is defeated, you'll be able to reunite with your wife soon." He thought that the 2 were husband and wife. The young man nodded with a solemn expression. The 5,000 soldiers of Legio, 3, led by Hieronymus, were charging towards Asplustum. It wasn't because they had to carry the siege equipment made last night, so their speed was much slower than Lausa's troops attacking the north bank of the Neto River. Instead, they deliberately set up such a time difference so that the plan could proceed smoothly. At this time, Hieronymus followed the troops and spoke to Ysem. "Are you sure your soldiers have entered Asplustum?" "Of course. I saw them go in with my own eyes. If it weren't for the fact that I look different from the Greeks, I would have gone in with my brothers. Commander, I hope you can attack the city as soon as possible. I'm afraid they'll be discovered if it takes too long." Ysem pleaded. "I understand." Hieronymus promised immediately. At the same time he asked, "How many people have gone in?" 56 soldiers, Ysem blurted out. He knew his team like the back of his hand. The alliance was expanding, the legion was expanding, and his mountain reconnaissance team was also expanding. Now, it had the establishment of a company. Hieronymus was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many soldiers to sneak into the city. This made him more confident in taking down Esprustum. He told the bugler to urge the troops to speed up. In fact, even without Hieronymus's urging, the soldiers' marching speed was constantly increasing. These 5,000 soldiers were all from Nudum. They had missed the previous battle and were eager to fight and make contributions. The upper reaches of the Netto were neither deep nor wide, but the banks were high. Hieronymus was the first to reach the north bank. Seeing that there were many enemies on the other side of the river, he immediately ordered, 7th Brigade, attack! The light infantry of Legio, 3, quickly formed into a long, single-file line, scrambled down the bank and crossed the river with great strides, fearlessly braving the arrows that shot at them. After paying a small price, they climbed to the other side of the river. The enemy had already run far away. The heavy infantry who followed behind carried ladders and wooden rafts made of wood and easily crossed the Netto River. The city of Esprustum was not far ahead. It was located on high ground, so it was actually climbing the slope all the way. It was easy for the Lucanian soldiers who lived in the mountains. Finally, they stopped in front of the city of Esprustum and began to line up under the orders of the team officers. The soldiers of Esprustum looked nervously at the black mass of enemies below the city walls. Behind them were the newly joined civilians, who were even more nervous. General Phagris saw an old man trembling and the round shield in his hand falling to the ground several times. He hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, the enemy can't attack. Ever since this city belonged to the Crotone, it has never been breached by the enemy. Decades ago, we suffered a defeat in the south," referring to the war between Rockley and Ligium against the Crotone. "The Brudi wanted to take the opportunity to retake the city. There were more people than the Dionia under the city now, and they were defeated." His words made the soldiers feel slightly more at ease. When Phagris walked along the walkway of the battlements and surveyed the entire defense situation from west to east, he saw that there were enough soldiers at each of the battlements, and his own confidence was boosted. Although Esprustum was a small city like Castellin and Cremissa, due to its important geographical location, the Crotone had expanded and reinforced it many times. Therefore, it had a 7-meter-high wall, a 4-meter-wide wall trench, and water from a tributary of the Netto River to form a wider moat. Moreover, it faced steep mountains to the west and another large tributary of the Netto River to the east, which was also steep, wide, and deep. Therefore, it only had 2 gates, north and south, which were easy to defend. Zam carefully observed the enemy on the wall. Suddenly, his face lit up. He ran to Hieronymus and shouted excitedly in a low voice, "Commander, my brothers are on the wall! They are on the wall!" Hieronymus, who had always been serious, could not help but be moved at this moment. He asked eagerly, "Where?" Although Zam was excited, he still remained cautious. He did not point, but said in a low voice, "On the leftmost side of the wall." Hieronymus immediately looked at the leftmost side of the wall. It was noon, and the sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, shining on the heavily armed soldiers on the wall. There was a dazzling light everywhere, but there was one place where the light was particularly bright. The dazzling round shields were neatly lined up, and the light reflected from them flickered in a very regular pattern. It was obvious that these people were flipping the round shields in their hands at the same time. Who would do such a boring and exhausting thing before a big battle? Hieronymus smiled. "Why, Zam, if we take down Esprustum, your team will be the first." "Thank you, Commander." Zam was overjoyed. With the Mountain Ridge Scouts as spies, Hieronymus quickly decided on a plan to attack the rightmost side of the wall to attract the attention of the defenders and attack the leftmost side secretly. When the horn sounded, the soldiers were like starving wolves in the mountains. They let out deafening howls and rushed towards Esprustum like a tidal wave. Bagul assists Lism, Kelsima, Eureka and the other captains also took the lead and personally led the charge. The Crotone soldiers began to shoot arrows at the enemies that entered their firing range. For the heavily armored Daionia heavy infantry, there were very few casualties. The Third Army of Tulucania, whose wild nature was stimulated by the horn, even broke the arrows that hit their arms and thighs, and continued to advance with injuries. They quickly reached the side of the moat. According to the drill, the soldiers running at the front quickly put the 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide raft on the moat. Then the soldiers carrying ladders stepped on the raft, crossed the moat, and went straight to the bottom of the city wall. Following behind them were the soldiers holding round shields and sabers. At this time, the attacks on the wall began to become fierce. Arrows, javelins, and stones rained down, and the casualties of the Daionia soldiers suddenly increased. Lucius did not expect the situation to become so bad as soon as he returned to Crotone. The people who escaped into the city spread the news that the Daionia army was coming, and panic spread in the city. Many people in the council were also very flustered. They thought that the Crotone army was defeated again, and the city of Cremissa was captured, which allowed the Daionia army to smoothly advance south. So they threatened angrily, "If Myron dares to escape back, we must punish him." Lucius retorted, "I just came back from Cremissa. When I left, the city of Cremissa was still in the hands of Myron. It's impossible that the enemy captured the city of Cremissa just a few hours later, and they even attacked the north bank of the Neto River. Looking at the time, this is impossible, so the Daionia people must have bypassed Cremissa. I have to admit that the Daionia people are too bold. They don't have boats, so it's impossible for them to cross the wide Neto River. As long as Myron is still defending Cremissa, the Daionia people who invaded the Crotone plains are like rootless duckweed, and they will eventually have to retreat. The Daionia people can't cross the Neto River, but they can attack Esprustum." Someone said worriedly, "Esprustum is not that easy to capture. How many times have the Brudi people failed in the past? I hope that the Daionia people attack it, so that they can use it to deal a heavy blow to the Daionia people." Someone retorted, "What good will it do us if we continue fighting like this? Crotone has suffered huge losses. Farmland has been destroyed, houses have been burned, prices are rising, and the treasury is being depleted. Due to the lack of labor, trade has also been greatly affected, and a large number of our people have been captured. The people are already dissatisfied with us, so it's better to negotiate with the Daionia people." Someone said pessimistically, "Negotiate? Didn't you hear what Lucius said about Daonia's conditions for the negotiation? That damn Consul of Daionia wants us to disband the alliance. How can we agree to it? Once Esprustum becomes independent, Corunna, Silatina, and Trine will no longer be our allies. Then Rockley and the Brudi people might destroy them tomorrow, and they will come to see you dead, Crotone." Someone rebuked, "Negotiating is like buying and selling things. If Daionia puts forward conditions, we can continue to negotiate with them and lower their demands. We can negotiate, but it must be after we defeat the Daionia people's attack. Only then can we stand up straight and speak loudly to the Daionia people." Chapter 224. Before the messenger of Crotone arrived, Myron had already received the news from the warships patrolling along the coast of Cremissa. The Daionia had invaded the Croton plain. Myron was shocked and thought to himself, "I've been tricked by the Daionia. No wonder they never attacked the city. It turns out that they were just trying to attract my attention. The Daionia in the southern camp have already gone south." However, he was a little hesitant to attack the southern camp of Daionia. After all, the Daionia army was just below the city. Once he mobilized the army, they could see it clearly from the high platform. If he took the opportunity to attack and lost Cremissa, it would be even more troublesome. The siege of Esprustum was in full swing. Phagris did not expect the Daionia to attack so fiercely and fearlessly. The ladder was knocked over by the push-pole and was quickly put up again. The soldiers climbed up the ladder one by one. When the first one was smashed down, the second one did not hesitate to speed up. The light infantry brigade approached the city. Unafraid of arrows, they also threw javelins and arrows at the defenders on the city wall. The fierce offensive of the Daionia quickly achieved results. The defense of the city wall was breached many times. When the Daionia soldiers went up to the top of the city wall, the defenders found that these Daionia soldiers in Greek-style armor were tall and strong, with long hair draped over their shoulders and a strange roar. They were obviously not Greeks. They fought fiercely and had great strength. To kill or drive away one of them, the defenders had to sacrifice the lives of several soldiers. Phaedrus had to send reserves many times to help the frontline defenders drive the enemies down the city wall, especially the rightmost section of the city wall, where the Daionia attacked the most fiercely. General Phaedrus, who had some experience in defending a city, knew that the Daionia could not maintain such a fierce offensive momentum all the time. As long as they could hold on for a while, the Daionia would be powerless. Therefore, he sent all the reserves up while shouting at the soldiers to encourage them to fight bravely. However, he did not know that at the most critical moment of the battle, Hieronymus, the commander of the Third Army, gave an order. His personal guards lined up in a row and collectively waved their round shields at the left side of the city wall. The leftmost garrison on the city wall was focused on defending against the enemy's attack. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, "Attack!" The Crotone people that they saw as comrades stabbed at them with their swords and spears, easily taking care of the defenders. Before the Legio III soldiers could come up, the dozens of scouts immediately attacked the defenders nearby when Phaedrus, who was still commanding the battle on the right side of the city wall, received the news the Daionia soldiers had already captured the left side of the city wall. A large number of soldiers quickly climbed the battlements, jumped into the walkway, and aggressively charged toward the middle section. The morale of the Crotone soldiers was low to begin with. They immediately threw down their shields and spears and ran for their lives into the city. This run immediately triggered a domino effect. Under the fierce attack of the Daionia soldiers in front and on the sides, the defenders finally collapsed. They scrambled to escape from the city wall, but the walkway to the lower city was blocked. The panicked defenders jumped directly from the 7-meter-high city wall into the city, breaking their legs and heads. All of them lay on the ground and wailed. The people in the city were equally terrified. They shouted in horror, "The enemy is attacking the city! The enemy is attacking!" They carried the old and the young, hurriedly trying to escape from the south gate and escape to Crotone. Halfway through the journey, the Crotone reinforcements happened to run into the people who were fleeing in a hurry. When they learned that the city of Asprostum had fallen, they were shocked and did not dare to move forward. They immediately turned around and ran back. The Crotone messengers rushed to Cremissa and brought the order to attack from the council. Myron, who was no longer the chief general but a sinner, finally ended his hesitation. He sent 7,000 soldiers, including more than 2,000 heavy infantry, to attack the Daionia camp on the south bank of the Umbria River. The Devers who observed the enemy's movements from the high platform immediately ordered the 1st Battalion commander of the 2nd Legion, Adrianx, to lead 2,000 heavy infantry and 500 light infantry across the river to reinforce the 3rd Legion. The 1st Legion commander, Martones, who was stationed at the south camp, led the 2,000 soldiers. With a strong camp and the north camp ready to reinforce, Martones was confident that he could repel the invading enemy. However, the Crotone attack was loud but small. After suffering some losses from traps such as spikes and meat hooks in front of the camp, they immediately retreated back to the city. Of course, Myron would not use the only fighting force of the Crotone to attack the heavily guarded camp of Daionia. The soldiers also lacked the courage to attack. As soon as they found out that the camp was heavily guarded, he blew the bugle to retreat. The messengers of the Crotone were angry at the easy retreat of the troops and forced Myron to continue the attack. Otherwise, they would threaten to dismiss Myron from his position as commander. However, the soldiers expressed their support for Myron. The messengers were alone and had no choice but to leave Cremissa and return to the Crotone Council to complain. However, the Crotone Council was in a mess at this time. The shocking news of Dionia had seized Esplustum was like a bolt from the blue, and all the council members were stunned. Outside the council hall, the people gathered in the square, clamoring for the council to quickly come up with a solution to the crisis. This time, the call for peace talks was far louder than before. Some even said that they could accept Dionia's conditions, as long as peace was restored to the northern plains of Crotone. While the council was still debating about the peace talks, 2 consecutive events finally made them come to a decision. First, when the 500 soldiers of the Dionia Legio III crossed the Tecanati River and entered the core area of the Crotone Plains, they once approached Ciudad Crotone, although they soon retreated to the city of Esplustum. However, this shocking scene still shocked the guards and people in the city. Just when the whole city was in panic, a passenger ship from Corunna entered the port of Crotone, and the messengers of Corunna disembarked from the ship brought in even worse news. Rockley had declared war on Corunna. Their army was already marching towards Corunna, and the messengers were here to ask for help from Crotone. The thing that the Council of Crotone was most worried about had finally happened. Their mortal enemy, Rockley, took advantage of the fact that Crotone was in a quagmire of war to attack Crotone's allies. As the leader of the alliance, Crotone was duty-bound to send reinforcements. However, at this moment, the people of Crotone were already unable to deal with Dionia's attack, and they did not have any extra troops to help Corunna. Without the support of Crotone, Corunna would not be able to stop the attack of Rockley's allies. This meant that Crotone would face the worst situation of war, where they would be attacked from both sides, and Crotone would be in danger of being destroyed. All the members of the council immediately stopped quarreling and quickly reached a consensus to reach peace talks with Dionia as soon as possible. Lucius had no choice but to set off to the north again. In order to prevent his attitude from being too forceful and causing the negotiations to fail, he was accompanied by another messenger, the member of the council, Sisprotus. He was the one who said that no matter what condition Dionia proposed, as long as it could restore peace to the Crotone Plains, they should agree to it. At this moment, in the main tent of Dionia's camp, there was a joyous atmosphere. The news that Legio III has captured Esplustum excited every general. Lord Commander, we should take advantage of the fact that Esplustum and Crotone are in a panic to launch an attack on Cremissa. We will definitely be able to take it down smoothly, Drax said eagerly. As the commander of the 2nd Legion, his army's achievements could not fall behind Legio III's. Esplustum is already ours. There's not much meaning for Crotone to hold on to Cremissa anymore. I'm afraid they will soon give up on Cremissa. We can easily take it. There's no need to sacrifice the lives of our soldiers to attack it, Capus said cautiously. But letting these 10,000 Crotone retreat will only make it more difficult for us to attack Ciudad Crotone. Drax retorted loudly. Capus was speechless for a moment. Indeed, Crotone was a big city. Not only was the city vast, but it also had a large population. The city walls were 10 meters high, and the moat was 6 meters wide. According to the conventional strategy, it was destined to be a long siege battle. However, the sea was not under Dionia's control. They could not completely seal off Crotone, so they could only attack. But against such a strong city, how many lives would they have to sacrifice? Could they take it down? Almost all the generals' hearts were beating like drums. If the forces defending the city were strengthened, then the chances of winning would be even slimmer. Daves, on the other hand, looked calm. He turned his head and asked, Lord of Inages, what do you think we should do next? After entering the military tent, other than congratulating the Devers on their victory again, Avinages, who had been observing silently, faced the gazes of Dracos and Capus. He did not refuse and said directly, Why must we attack Ciudad Crotone? Since we have such a big advantage now, why can't we force the Crotone to negotiate with us? The Crotone are already dying. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to negotiate with them? Drax immediately objected. Capys fell into deep thought. A smile appeared on the Dever's lips. The perspective of a consul was still different from a simple general. Just as he was about to speak, the guard captain, Marcius, entered and brought 2 letters.